no better trial attorney in the country than Robert Alessi. There are aspects of our defense that would greatly benefit from his expertise.
Woo! Good morning, my friends. It's great to see you guys. Oh man. Yeah, man. How about that that new baby jam, dude. That's Oasis Cat, who is Wrenched here, also a moderator on Justice Serve TV, and they're fantastic. I love the little baby Michael and Linda. That was it's just great. So thanks for that, Oasis Cat. Big shout out to you for that. So yeah, man, today is Alessi Day. Today, Alessi destroys the Commonwealth's bullshit case against Karen Reed, and he does it in front of a jury. And I am fucking here for it. So let me go ahead and get that all set up and pulled up and all that stuff. I'm out here messing with baby jams. Could have had this ready. I'm not even gonna bother with law and crime because there's stuff buffers, bro. So hold on here. Who am I doing? Yeah, let's do that. Do exactly that. How come they're not live though? I guess it's gonna be, yeah, I guess it's just gonna have to be law and crime for the moment. And then I'll just switch when it gets, But yeah, we're starting a little late today. Bev wanted to start at 10 o'clock today. So, and it's about 4 till. So we probably got a few minutes because they usually don't start till a few minutes after the scheduled time. But yeah, this should be very interesting. Liz 188 gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. So yesterday, I mean, we might as well talk about it because I don't know what the fuck that was yesterday, dude. Like that was insane. Like that was so infuriating to see. Like I keep like tossing around the idea of doing recap shows, you know what I mean, afterwards. And like, because I like to react, but I also, I'm very active on X, so I'm gonna know stuff if I do that. So it's not really a reaction, it just kind of is. And then like, I don't know, man. So, but my point being that I get like, I'd rather like recap it to where I'm not quite as angry about it. Because, man, I'm sitting there watching this shit and I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? When is this dude gonna prove their case? This is the guy that's supposed to prove Brennan's case. This is the guy. And we knew he didn't have a case. You know what I'm saying? And in theory, you'd think, oh, well, I should be happy because I was right and Karen Reed is going to be fine. Sure, all that stuff is great, but it doesn't change the fact that Karen Reed is still sitting in a fucking courtroom and they just looked a jury in the face with all of that shit that they presented, almost bragging about spending the jury's tax dollars on that shit. I mean, blue boners? Come on, bro. What is this? What is this? What planet am I living on right now? Because I have covered many trials. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. And I've never seen a judge that would allow it. And I mean, the case was destroyed on direct. Exactly. The case was destroyed on direct. We're not sure what happened. Okay. Reasonable doubt number one. We don't know where she hit John O'Keefe. Reasonable doubt number two. We don't know exactly where on his body he was hit. Reasonable doubt number three. Like, this guy sat up there and said that, and then talked about how he spent taxpayer dollars on buying a Lexus that they didn't even reconstruct an accident. The whole purpose was to this guy's an accident reconstructionist, right? This guy, what he did was basically take Plevin's video and just act it out. Like, that's what he did. He took Plevin's bullshit video and then acted it out. That's all he did. Like, so crazy. Let me show you guys what an accident reconstruction looks like. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and show you guys this. Hold on. Somebody sent me a message. I have to check it. Oh, yeah. Like, yeah. Never mind. Here. This is what an accident reconstruction actually looks like.
Applying crash test data is the job of biomechanics experts. Over the years, crash tests like this one help us better understand what happens when a pedestrian is hit by a car. Applying crash test data is the job of biomechanics experts like Judd Welcher.
So, Judd, what kind of injuries would you expect to see from a pedestrian hit by a car?
As you can see by the alignment of the bumper to your knee, the most common area of injury is down into the lower
Now,
extremities. The lower.
Does that name sound familiar? Does that name sound familiar? Let's hear that one more time.
Applying crash test data is the job of biomechanics experts like Judd Welcher.
Oops.
So, Judd, what kind of injuries would you expect to see from a pedestrian hit by a car?
As you can see by the alignment of the bumper to your knee, the most common area of injury is down into the lower extremities. With the lower leg, you see damage to the knee structures. And as you get up to higher bumpers or shorter individual damage into the thigh, the femur area. As the severity increases, the body will begin to hit further up onto the vehicle. You'll begin to get head contacts up into the hood structures. You get severe injuries as you get further up into the windshield area.
Over the years, crash tests like this one.
It's not that Judd Welcher is stupid. It's that he's a fucking dirty fucking liar. And he is in on framing an innocent woman. Clearly. Because you bought a Lexus to reconstruct all this shit, right? You just showed us. You didn't even get a dummy to stand in front of or stand behind the Lexus that you spent Massachusetts taxpayer money on. That's not negligence. That's corruption. That is Hank Brennan spending your tax dollars to pay that guy to lie on the stand and put on a bullshit scam, a bullshit act. I don't even live in Massachusetts, and you see how angry I am right now. You guys should be fucking infuriated. I can't, like, dude. So this guy, he is an accident reconstructionist. This guy is probably actually as qualified as any of the ARCA guys. It's possible. I mean, I don't really know. But what I'm saying is, it sure looked like it with what we just watched. It sure looked like it. I mean, and here's the thing, folks. The reason why that happened is because Karen Reed is innocent. Because he cannot, Hank Brennan cannot disprove ARCA. The reason why he can't is because the truth and the science doesn't lie. That's what makes it the truth. It always comes through. It always finds its way. We need to lighten things up a little here.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Brad Blankenship. I love this. Thank you so much. Just an FYI, Asswelcher said the most common injury when a pedestrian gets hit by a car is brain injury, right? That's what he said in testimony yesterday, right? A simple Google search says broken bones and fractures, mainly the leg. Now, I didn't Google it, but I sure as fuck heard Asswelcher in that video we just watched say that the most common injuries were to the knees and the lower extremities. That's what he said. He said it himself. So this dude is a fucking piece of shit liar. I cannot wait. I can fucking taste the ass whooping that Alessi is going to lay on this dude today. Like, if this stuff is available, like, I promise you that Karen Reed's defense knows about it. And I promise you they know more. Dude, the reputation of Aperture after this is gone. Like, I don't know how they're going to recover from this shit. I don't know how they're going to recover from this. All right.
All right.
The case should be dismissed,
Good morning, everybody.
but it should have been
All
dismissed
right, so
100 times.
Dr. Welcher can testify that the data he downloaded and analyzed and the damage to the Lexus is consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle being in a collision on January 29th at 12:32 a.m. because he's a qualified expert and his opinion is based on reliable methodology appropriately applied. In addition, Dr. Welcher can testify that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with his having been struck by a Lexus that is physically identical to Ms. Reed's Lexus, because this opinion is based upon, among other things, his experimental work that came into evidence without objection.
Bev is
as to
shaking reading
scientific
that because she
methodology
knows
and
it's
application.
bullshit.
However, he may not testify that Ms.
Dirty
Reed's
motherfucker.
Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe, because that conclusion is not based on the application of reliable scientific methodology. The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility. Rather, it is that Dr. Welcher, the expert, is drawing an inference based upon more than scientific method. His opinions set the stage for argument and a permissible inference to be drawn by jurors through the application of their sound judgment to the opinions that they find credible. But the jurors are as well positioned to draw or reject the inference as is the expert. That is, the inference is not compelled by the application of any scientific method. So that's the ruling. All right, so the jurors are lining up. We should have them momentarily.
Thank you for the late call today.
Okay. Is Dr. Welcher right around?
Yes.
Why don't we bring him in if he's here before the jurors?
Fucking crazy. This is wild. Sorry, I got to send this text real quick.
The updated version, we provided a copy to the defense with all the redactions.
Okay.
The
Are you in agreement with this, Mr. Alessi?
I haven't gone through it, but I have no reason to believe that I wouldn't be in agreement. So
Okay.
I just go away with it.
There is one slide, so I'll admit it conditional to redactions that you didn't rule on, but I feel as though you probably will exclude, and that is in that version. I didn't want to pull it out with the court's order, but I'll talk to.
Do you know the number? You don't have to find it if you don't.
131.
Oh, is this was it 130? Was it 131 yesterday too?
It was.
So at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. And Mr. Alessi agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we were starting there, and I think Dr. Welcher thought we were starting there, and then you went to 132. That was my understanding at sidebar.
It is, but subject to me being able to object. I was basically because we wanted the jury to come in, so I want to look at the slide.
Okay, so look at it again. That's not my understanding, Mr. Alessi. It was you were concerned just about the heading, and then I said we'd go back to both slides.
Oh yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That one, yes, your honor's recollection is correct.
Yeah,
I was okay with the heading.
And we were going to start on that, but you thought because I struck it based on the objection, but then at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. That's your understanding too.
Correct, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm sure that Dr. Welcher took off the heading on 131.
I think he did, but because I think he took off from 124 to 1.
I think he did as well.
I did.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like your prediction to come true.
Are they out there, Paul? Okay, thank you.
And on top of everything else, y'all better understand that I will have satisfaction over this goddamn shoe business before the end of this trial. Mark my words.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Let's say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And good morning, jurors.
Turtle Boy wouldn't
I
be
have
in
to
the
ask
audience.
those
He'd be
same
in the
three
press.
questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, I was asking you about some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you two other questions. The first is I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
Boo! You suck!
You want me to display it?
Please. I'm going to ask you a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
How many times did you engage in testing where your arm and forearm touched the rear right of the exemplar Lexus?
3 times.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
Like,
if you could turn
all
to
of this
slide
is burning through
130,
taxpayer
please.
money right now. Burning through it.
What? Could you go back one,
None
please?
of anything that says, I don't mind talking over this shit, because nothing that's being said right now matters. None of it fucking matters.
Perhaps it's 131, Dr. Welcher. There we go. Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor, this is.
Oh, could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward.
Dude, this
Yesterday,
wiped
when we
out
left
the
off, I
Reed
had
family,
asked
dude.
you-
It wiped them out. This wiped them
Take the
out.
PowerPoint down, please.
That was in a different spot on the slide. Hold on a second.
That's better.
Thank you. Sir, I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I
Correct.
want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us, for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight?
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell
That
and the One
shit ain't got
Meadows
nothing to do with you,
event,
fool.
the nature and
Your Honor, pardon my interruption. I just want to know if you're reading from something or not reading.
Looks like he's counting on his fingers. Are you reading from something?
no, I am counting on my fingers.
Okay, thank you.
So I am counting on my fingers. The Ring video doorbell.
Shut the fuck up. Quit smiling.
Mr. O'Keefe's height, the type of shoes he's wearing, because I needed the same type of shoes. My exemplar inspection, where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations, and then the text stream data as well.
That information that you considered, in addition to the text stream data you considered, considering both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage to the defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
So there's been 2 potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour,
What,
it will
dude?
likely break the taillight lens.
Do you have an opinion whether, based
How
on
do
the
you
data
know someone threw the
and
glass
based
at the
on
bumper, bro?
the
What are you
physical
talking about?
damage and your testing,
Who are you to say
whether
that?
that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's consistent with an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with being struck by a Lexus identical to the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Yes,
What's your opinion?
that it is. It is consistent with being struck by a Lexus and ultimately contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29, 2022, around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, like what the fuck? How's this guy gonna
Yes, it
know
does.
anything about fucking times? This is fucking crazy. This guy's testifying to stuff that only cops should be
To finish, I'd
testifying
like to
to.
ask you a few more questions.
How does the jury not see through
You've
this?
written some
I
papers
mean, maybe they do.
on side swipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe to the jury and explain what a side swipe collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say, side swipes or clipping contacts compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you can have a glancing hit and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car.
A
How about
glancing
potential
hit?
damage to the pedestrian?
A glancing hit.
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars.
You expect
in this case, it would be called a quarter panel
anyone
vault,
with common
which
sense
means
to
you're
buy a glancing
kind of
hit.
vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest. where
No,
they
like,
landed,
listen, a glancing
makes it more
blow.
difficult for glancing contacts because you have that sight.
A glancing blow is a thing. Like, it's when you don't hit something head on, you kind of just fucking, tip it or something. That's all it means.
Offender.
But it's
So
just
for a pedestrian,
all
correct?
of this is
Yes.
such bullshit.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position.
Like a
For
glancing
example, whether
blow
your right
wouldn't
foot is
kill
on the
him.
ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So
Get the fuck out of my
cadavers,
face with this, dude.
crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their
So
balance.
what is he
if
doing? Making
possible,
excuses as to why he didn't use a crash test
will
dummy?
do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper, as opposed to side swipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of?
And this is
injuries
all
that you see?
because Karen
And what is the difference?
said in
So
an interview that
direct
she thought she
centralized
may have
impacts,
clipped him.
You tend to get much more severe injuries. Really, what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle.
All of this bullshit that we're hearing spewed out is simply designed to enforce the look of Karen saying that in her, what was it, 2020 or Dateline interview, and to sound like a confession, to dress it up more to sound like a confession, to enforce it. That's all this is right here.
Both. Depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Ooh,
Is
I'm
it
doing new
uncommon
stuff
in
with my
sideswipe
shit.
pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe or a clipping impact where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay.
So this is
Could
cool.
you share
So
with
the
the jury
people
what
who are
this
watching on their
represents?
TVs
Sure. So
can
this
see
was
the
a
comments.
trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top, but this was an instance where we had, this is a image from the police report. Oh, let me see if I can. So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian. This was determined by experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image, oops. On the left-hand image,
Bro, what the
is he had
fuck
a
you got us looking at,
massive
dude?
laceration to his right forearm.
So
but
we're gonna desecrate
it
this
didn't break his
dude's
arm.
memory
There was no broken bones in
to
his
frame
arm.
an innocent woman. That's awesome, bro.
On the
You're
right-hand
just
side
knocking
of
him
this
out of the
image,
park
you
today,
see
guy.
the autopsy report. What you'll notice is he had red marks on his leg, left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour. Thrown.
Expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes,
I-
yes, sir.
Do you want that
I'd
expanded?
love to see why this was admitted into evidence in the first place. This is
Thank you. I'm sorry to.
fucked
No, my
up.
pleasure. Ron. Thank you. So to at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from a shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity wound with vascular injury. So no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities, they're noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body brakes to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a side swipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move into evidence subject to redactions. Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson, with
That
that
is, Your
caveat.
Honor, thank you.
Put in both the flash drive and the notebook.
On representation, it's consistent together, it's the same as that, I don't know.
So let's put them both together now and decide later, okay?
Those two slides are incorrect on the flash.
Yeah, that-
Okay, so we'll switch that.
that was-
Thank you. What exhibit number is it? 206, thank you.
So this 206A and B.
Dude, it's a question of ethics to consistently state the facts.
Right,
Consistently.
Mr. Leslie, whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, if I could, go on and set it up.
Sure.
Popped right there. Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Stop.
This is Ken.
Shoot. Fucking shoot. Shoot. Fucking shoot.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi.
Wow.
Robert Lessie. Nice to
That
meet you.
was fucking weird. What the fuck was that?
Dr. Welcher, the area in which you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella of you basically coming in, giving scientific evidence in court applies to forensics. So
That's exactly what
my
that
main
was.
job is action
Exactly
reconstruction
what that was.
and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today. That is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics,
Yeah,
correct?
it-
Because
it's a game.
forensics is the Latin term for
He
it.
gets off on being
is
the smartest
basically
guy in the room.
You're going to have some type of court or jury presentation.
Guy's
It's
a piece
for
of
law,
shit.
correct? Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's for engineering and it's for biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
It's exactly it.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, certainly for the court of law,
It
yes.
ends up to a court of law, and in forensics is a common term.
Yes, sir.
So it relates to, or it's used in, or it's suitable for a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree with that's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay. And so in forensics, what you're doing, among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in here in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you try and apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this analysis that are relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information. Truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you don't believe truth? You believe sometimes truth applies and sometimes it doesn't?
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition testimony,
What?
you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay,
That's what makes
so
it true,
now
dickhead.
let's go to
What the fuck are
your
you talking
direct
about?
examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward. You have testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I may have.
Right. So
I don't know.
in terms of your role as a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist, is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir? And that
you're
quote,
paid.
don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what
You're
you made
paid.
a point of saying in the beginning,
That is
correct?
100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You try to do that.
You try to do that. Okay.
I'm not perfect.
What does that
So
mean?
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay. So,
Okay.
in terms
Found guilty
of
much?
you've agreed that you apply the scientific method. So I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand
He's
what the
scared
scientific
shitless of a lesson
method
right
is.
now.
Are you familiar with NIST? National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah. So would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions, and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
So unless he spent Memorial Day
Is it
weekend
correct that
becoming
the
an expert
proper
in crash testing,
biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. The methodologies underneath it, and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm sorry, sir,
to
to
get
interrupt
peer,
you.
I need to.
Go ahead and answer your question.
You're asked peer reviewed, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's permission, but I haven't and cannot do that.
Sir, my question is not your analysis here in this case.
Oh.
My question regards the methodology that you use here.
right?
Is the methodology, you said
There you go.
26 references, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you used for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay, that was my question, just the methodology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method, is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and correct answer without bias.
Exactly. To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So are you familiar with the term confirmation bias? And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, biases are, don't you agree that cognitive biases are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias if
Fair.
you like.
Let's talk about confirmation bias.
Yeah. Let's
Now,
do that.
confirmation bias is actually when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what
Generally, yes.
confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be, yes.
Unless he's
And
making my dick
confirmation
move,
bias
bro.
is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Are you familiar with
This
the
is
term
surgical.
failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that
For
phrase?
sure. Thank you.
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury is, how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you.
So hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Generally, what you want to do is gather data.
Hey,
You want to know
calm
what
down,
injuries there
Tinkerbell.
are, what evidence there is, like,
Relax.
for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question. I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever that is in the process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence? What black box or tech stream data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is certainly not one. It is a question, but that question is at or near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct. But,
Okay.
but when you're gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you, at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case. And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Sir, how then?
This is
is it
Trooper
just a
Paul's
matter of
fucking mentor,
logical
bro.
syllogism?
This is Trooper
If you
Paul's
don't ask the
Obi-Wan.
question, how did this happen until the end? How do you then not get your hypotheses up front when, under the scientific method, you should be having different hypotheses up front? How is it that you ask the how did it happen at the end and not go through hypotheses in the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure, I guess I misunderstood. Like, I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along.
That's how you
to
come
be
to
able
the
answer that
conclusion.
final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like, for example,
You're always
a right
asking
eye
the question.
laceration.
That's what you're there to
You
do.
want to know how that happened. So you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses does and can happen toward the beginning of the analysis. It doesn't happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
That
You
doesn't
would
even make
agree
sense.
that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than toward the end of the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I am continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end. Just the hypothesis.
bro.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You continue
Like, how did
to
it
form
happen?
Hypotheses,
You idiot.
As the data presents itself. So you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Maybe I can just this last question and make it clearer for you, sir. You would agree, not analysis.
Get some help.
As I heard it to the last part, just hypotheses.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed, perhaps all the way up to the end, you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses, plural, in the beginning, correct?
Yes.
And once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
So
Bro.
if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses, the one that most
writing it
out of all
down?
of them, it's a relative thing, the one that most consistently
Is he writing it
produces
down?
the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate.
Okay,
but there's exceptions.
Fair enough. But as a general principle,
Sure.
with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have several topics, sir, and what I'm going to try to do to make it a little clear is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Oh, good.
So what I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
You're aware that the
Stop fucking
Massachusetts
grinning, bro.
State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
Interesting.
And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right, based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts state trooper named Joseph Paul, P-A-U-L?
Enter
And
Trooper
you
I'm
Paul.
familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
Okay, familiar with
Bullshit. You taught him
Trooper
everything he
Paul
knows.
through his reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead investigator, former trooper Michael Proctor, to be a constructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report. I don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
You were retained, and so do you recall, is it the date, January 29th of 2022? Is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
Don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you know when the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
Bruh.
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Correct.
So
Actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look at the
it's
documents.
it's not all that important. You would
bro.
say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024.
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right.
I would
So-
want to double check.
That's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
No, I never thought about it. Yeah, approximately.
And as we just discussed, and you stated on your direct examination, you have no dog in this fight, correct?
Correct.
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Aperture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to conduct work that was at least similar to the work of Trooper Paul, correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
I mean,
do you
that's
recall
the same answer that
whether Aperture
Arca gave pretty much.
has, well, do you believe Aperture is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't believe that. No,
So you
we're an
would,
engineering company. We bill for our time.
so you know that Aperture is getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
We are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
So I have not seen any of the payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a senior vice president of Aperture, are you not?
I am.
You
Okay.
would know, wouldn't
Senior
you,
vice
if
president.
your firm was not getting paid for work since September 23rd of 2024.
You know how much you're getting. Stop it, bro.
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Oh, you're
Exactly.
a dirty motherfucker.
So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hey.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years.
Relax there,
Retained in
Snippy.
September 17th.
All right, Tinkerbell,
ish
take it
of
easy.
2024.
Sit down.
So that's what, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just
Okay.
go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, do not have a recollection of whether Aperture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
Are you?
You're a lying
So
sack
is your
of
testimony you
shit.
have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign.
And the
So I'm
price
aware
of
the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day
the
or
price
month-to-month
isn't on the
invoicing and
contract?
billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay, so you're aware there's a contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth,
I signed it.
and you signed
Oh,
it.
so the
And wasn't
price
that contract
isn't on the contract.
obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the services of Aperture? Isn't that the purpose of the contract in part?
In part, sure.
Yeah, it's a legal obligation of the Commonwealth. Your firm does work and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right. And so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
This guy gets
Also,
bonuses, dude.
You testified
He gets
on
bonuses
direct
for shit like
that
this.
there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture.
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
Bullshit.
So you pay for the
Bullshit.
Lexus. You don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we paid for the Lexus. We're keeping it till the trial's over. We're selling it and charging the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
Exactly. That
There you
is where I
go.
was going, sir. So
But they're only paying the difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the bill.
okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the obligation was. So
The
it's-
obligation is the difference.
Exactly. So the obligation is the difference. Are you aware that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000
Holy
to be paid
shit.
to Aperture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe
What?
that's correct.
So the Commonwealth is
That's your money,
obligated to
people.
pay
That's your money.
at least $325,000. And is that correct?
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Aperture has been already paid $44,510 for its work? Are you aware of that?
The second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
Dude, the majority of you
And as
are
you
out
stated
there.
yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work.
That's not what I said.
Well, no, my question is, you've been on the
Chill
case,
the
you
fuck
said,
out,
since
homie.
September of 2024, when we were talking about dates. You said that was about 6 months that your firm's been retained. Did I have your answer correct about how long you've been on it?
Bro, you better look
guess
my man
it's
Bob in the eye.
Closer to 8 months.
All right, so
And
8
chill
months.
out.
So for 8 months of work, about $400,000. Is that correct?
So there's 3 offices working on the case. There's the Boston office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach. I only know about the billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on behalf of all of Aperture, not just your office, correct?
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a contract.
So you didn't read
Would
it?
refresh your recollection.
You didn't read it?
as to who you signed the contract on behalf of, whether it's all of Aperture in all offices, if I showed you the contract.
Sure.
May I put you on it?
Yes.
May I put you on it?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
could you direct me so we're not wasting time?
Well, what I'd like to do, with the witness, Your Honor, is just ask the witness a question with regard to it.
Why don't you just take a look at that, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then when he's done, Mr. Lessie, you can take it back to the podium.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
There you go.
I have a few more questions before I do that, Your Honor, for foundation purposes, if I want to do more than refresh.
All
Or
right,
would you like me to start with
So-
refreshing?
go ahead and start with refresh. Go back to the podium, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher, does that refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Aperture with the Commonwealth?
So it lists the legal address as my office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore, and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't even look at that.
Do you recall the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document? Do you recall that?
You just asked me that earlier, and I'm taking what you said to be true. So I was like $325,000. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
And is there also a total, do you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? You
No.
recall it? May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
And Dr. Welcher, I am now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful.
Please.
You said, please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I am now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct. And that is my signature on it.
Right. And we got started on this conversation tying it to, well, we got started on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, switching topics.
Okay.
You submitted an updated PowerPoint presentation, the one that you went over on your direct examination. You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this.
Mhm.
The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation, you created just how many days ago?
I'm going to say weeks ago.
Weeks, 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Well, was it more than 3 weeks ago that you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
Do you know when the trial started in this matter, sir?
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd of 2024?
I don't know.
Yo, this guy is full of shit.
Do you know when?
Hold on one second. Dr. Welcher, I'd ask that you not do.
Not look at,
anything.
okay, I was going to try and answer his question. My apologies. I will shut it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This guy, dude.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Even Bev doesn't like this motherfucker.
Are you able to determine when you created the updated presentation?
I think so. That's what I was attempting to
Your
do.
Honor, may he do that?
Yes, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar while you pull that up,
Thank you, Your
please.
Honor.
Man, this dude is an absolute scumbag. You're gonna sit there, you're gonna fucking tell me that this dude is the senior VP at Aperture, right? The senior vice president. And he signed the contract that legally binds a business agreement between the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and Aperture. And you're going to tell me the agreed upon amount wasn't in that contract? That's what the contract is fucking for. How? Like, I really hope the jury is like catching shit like this, because this is crazy. Like, I really hope that they were like, what was with the blue paint bullshit? I've seen accident reconstructions, dude. Like, there's always a crash test dummy. What the fuck am I looking at? I'm really hoping that that's what happened. And I'm really hoping that they're seeing that this dude is absolutely full of shit. Why lie about that? It's weird, right? Like, why lie about that? Why lie about how much your company is getting paid and knowledge of it? That dude's also getting a fucking bonus. And I guarantee you it's in his contract with Aperture to get a certain percentage of a certain amount that he generates in profit for the company. I guarantee that there's something like that in his. Unless
Welcher, what I'm going to ask you to do is get
and he just
whatever
likes
information
the
you need
title
for Mr.
of
Alessi's last
being
question.
senior vice president,
Mr. Alessi,
which
I
is
need you.
ridiculous if you think about it.
I need you over there. So,
Yep.
and once you get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least put down the cover. Thank you. All right, so you can answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you give me the question again, please?
Yes. When did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
So that addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my direct
Sir,
testimony.
If you can just hear my question, it's this. The version of the presentation that you put on the screen, when did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No, I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks? Your presentation.
Try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That
Come on,
slide was
dude.
added on May 13th.
Stop it.
And then
right
it was taken
now.
out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation.
Let's knock it off, man.
So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's
welcome.
the question. Your first version, as I understand it, of the slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Here we go.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time they changed it was like 10 minutes ago. So
What?
in response to various discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
What?
I want to make sure you finish.
Did you
your
just
answer so I
fucking
didn't
say that
interrupt.
shit out loud?
I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Right. So you created on January 30th, 2025. You made your
13th.
Pardon me?
Oh, the original one. Sorry,
Yeah.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right. If I could finish my question, and I might be able to shortcut this. Thank you. So you created the original one on January 30th, 2025. You made your first amendment May 13th of 2025. And then before you sat for your testimony, which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in a courtroom, but it was yesterday.
The fuck?
How many times had you changed your presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to objections from the defense. I had to add all the paths to where everything was. Then when I got out here, Mr. Brandon asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down. You said half of the changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half.
Sure, there was two changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
All right. So
that was the second half.
Got it. I want to go to the first half, sir.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to shortcut this.
Please.
And if I'm not clear, you just let me know. I want to talk about the first half. You called it, I didn't hear it. It was like, did you say path?
Path.
P-A-T-H?
Correct. The path Miss Reed was driving.
Right. The what you made the change
Oh
for.
my God, dude.
For May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense. That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right, so that's what I wanted to get to.
Bro.
You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
It's because I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally, or something like that. So half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No.
Well, then why did you make
Then
it
do it.
in the middle of trial if
Right.
it wasn't significant?
Right.
Why didn't you just leave it off and then discuss it in terms of...
Get him.
So A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it was significant enough for you to make a change to your presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the way she could drive, I gave the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving, the clip that you used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with regard to Miss Reed. Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that clip has been in existence for months?
I don't believe I got it until April.
So a clip that has been in, assume the clip's been in existence for months.
Yeah.
You just got the
Hold on,
clip.
Dr. Welcher, I have to ask you
Oh, I'm
not to
sorry.
refer to
I'm
that.
trying to be helpful.
Close your
Yeah,
computer.
let me
and-
close it. Sorry.
Dude,
I was
this
trying to-
guy's on his fucking laptop, dude. During cross-examination,
Well, I'm gonna
he's
ask
just
you to
fucking
close the top.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
close that shit, you
Thank you,
dickhead.
Honor.
The fuck's he doing?
So assume the clip that you said was the basis for changing your PowerPoint on May 13th after the trial started had been in existence for months. You
I've never seen any
just got
shit like
that
this in
clip,
my
you
life,
say,
dude.
in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip? Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay. Who initiated the conversation about the new interview?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brannon.
It was someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So somebody affirmatively communicated with you when about this clip?
I need to look, but I remember it being about mid-April,
Why do you need to look, dude?
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an alternative route. So then I looked at the alternative route description and added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you look at the clip and they pointed out that there was an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
On the topic of additional analysis by Aperture, while this trial is going on, are you aware of Mr. Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report
Oh my
to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we had had a discussion before that he had found new information that changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information. What is your basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed?
Ha!
It's just it was pointed out to him that that should be looked at. What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
I'm going to allow the.
Yeah, Bev.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah.
What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting in our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what it said.
So do you, as you sit here today,
Dude,
have
Arca's
any
gonna
basis to
blow
say that
the
that
jury's
information
minds.
is new as opposed to it's always been in existence?
Yes,
What is that?
what he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You didn't have any independent document to determine whether in fact it was new.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or not. I just care what's in the data, whether it's new, old, I don't care. It's not relevant to what I'm doing. I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care what the data is.
Sir, have you ever Has Aperture ever submitted a report, a changed report in the middle of a trial to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether Aperture has ever submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial? You said you testified in federal and state courts. Can you recall one instance where Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only speak for myself.
Bro, you're the
I have
senior
certainly done
VP.
amended
Stop it.
analysis.
Accountability is the
courts and
first thing
certain
they
legal
teach you in
systems
business
require
management,
reports.
dude.
But for example, rebuttal, analyzing testimony that comes up in court, getting trial transcripts. I very frequently have come up with new analysis during the trial.
Sir, my question is, as you sit here now, can you state one court case where you or Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only speak for myself.
Can you answer? Oh, speak for yourself, sir. Can you then for yourself recall any instance
Unless
where
he's
you
fucking
submitted
pissed.
an amended report in the middle of a trial?
Amended reports? No. Amended analysis? Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, shut up.
Is this a good time for a break or
It-
5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, folks, why don't we
Yeah.
take 5 minutes recess?
See,
And-
I love that because you know what I'm starting to notice? I could be wrong, but I'm starting to kind of notice that Bob Alessi, he likes time to be able to get his shit together, right? Now, there are times where Alan Jackson likes that, but Alan Jackson is more of the once I get going, don't fucking stop me. I just need 2 more minutes, Your Honor. I just 2 more minutes, Your Honor. That's AJ mostly. Like Alessi's more like if I could just have a moment, Your Honor. You know, Alessi's like seems more like his strengths come from lining shit up prior, whereas Alan Jackson is as organized as he is, but also can just passionately deliver his questioning. Now Alessi is very passionate as well. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Alan Jackson is more like it's like take music for instance. You have guitar players who are technical guitar players, like a jazz guitarist is generally, which is ironic, but like a trained jazz guitarist is always fucking just they're reading music, everything is really perfectly arranged and planned. And then you have fucking dope ass fucking rock artists, dude, that just fucking strap on a guitar and they Eddie Van Halen the shit. Now they're just as good, they just deliver their shit in a different way. They get better at what they do in their own way. So I'm pointing out, I think I'm seeing that difference between Alan Jackson and Alessi. Like Alessi's Mozart, Alan Jackson's Eddie Van Halen. You know what I mean? Like it's dope to watch these guys. I'm in a much better mood than I was when I started this stream. I gotta be honest, because watching Alessi like just make a fool of this dude on the stand is amazing. Alessi is absolutely methodical. Yes, absolutely methodical. It's surgical what he's doing up there. Dude, stop with that shit. This dude is talking about I'm the senior VP and there's 200 and something people out there, dude. Let me tell you something, man. If you've ever worked in management, and I don't give a shit how small the business is, right? The first thing they teach you in management training is accountability. Accountability, knowing everything that's going on. Dude, that's how it worked in fucking pizza, okay? When I fucking managed a goddamn pizza joint, I was a GM of a Marco's at one point, right? I was a GM of a Marco's, and anything that went wrong, anything that any employee did, the manager was accountable, so that the manager makes sure that it doesn't happen again. The area supervisor will hold me accountable for something my driver did. And I will hold, if I wasn't even working the shift, it doesn't matter. They don't want to hear I wasn't on shift. It's not my problem. They want to hear, shit, I should have trained my assistant manager better. I should have trained my assistant manager better. So I'm going to have a talk with my assistant manager after the area supervisor comes to me and holds me accountable. Right? But I'm aware of everything. That is to ensure that I'm aware of everything that happens in that business. You're going to tell me that that senior VP who's actually closer to the 262 people, I think that's what he said, closer to those people, he's actually closer to than obviously somebody who's above him. He's going to have more interaction with those people. He's going to likely be more aware of what's happening in that company. Otherwise, he shouldn't be a fucking senior VP. You're going to tell me that Marco's has this business model on how to run their managers and a fucking like Aperture doesn't? Aperture doesn't? That basic shit? That's Lincoln Logs, dog. That's easy. That's like, I mean, they teach you that at your first fucking job before you even go into college. You know what I'm saying? Great leadership is key for any business family relationship. Absolutely, Janine Campa. Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. Great leadership is key for any business family relationship. And the only leaders, and my franchisee would tell me this, he would say, I want leaders, not bosses. I don't need bosses. I need leaders. That's what he would say. Guy's a fucking millionaire. You know what I'm saying? So I call bullshit. This guy's got a PhD. He doesn't have that minimum common sense. And he's going to sit here and play dumb that he doesn't understand what's going on. What are the basic in and outs of his company? He doesn't know that there's a $325,000 agreement between Aperture and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and he's the one who signed the fucking contract. This dude is not negligent. He's a fucking liar and a piece of shit. And he is being paid to help frame an innocent woman. He isn't just a witness on the stand. He's accountable. Like, he's a liar. This guy knows everything that's happening in that business, dude. guaranteed. You don't think he's aware? Dude, you don't think a guy with a senior VP title in that company gets a fucking bonus for a $325,000 contract? And he doesn't know what they're being. Oh, that's the billing department. All right, get the fuck out of here, dude. You cracked open a bottle of champagne after you signed that contract, motherfucker. Stop it. Stop it. Knock that shit off. Dude, this is like the most infuriating shit that I've ever watched in real life, dude. Like, it's just happening. Nobody's putting a stop to this. It's just fucking happening. Bev is allowing this shit. That dude should have never been allowed as a witness. Never. And he should have never been allowed to change theory in the middle of the fucking trial. How was that allowed? And Bob is doing a fucking great job right now. Bob Alessi is doing a great fucking job right now because he's showing exactly to the jury that something shady is fucking going on here. Because if there's any jurors up there who actually understand some level of the law, they're going to be angry about this. They're going to realize that it's weird that the judge is even allowing it. Like, that's something to pray for right there. That there's somebody on that jury with a basic knowledge of the law enough to realize that there's something wrong with the fact that this judge is allowing this testimony. And at the very least, they have to see that this dude proved absolutely nothing. He tried to dazzle him with a bunch of smoke and mirror bullshit. And then, yes, it is my expert opinion that beyond a scientific certainty, blah, 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 blah. And then those are the magic abracadabra words that are supposed to win over the jury. Because he just razzle-dazzled everybody with blue paint and fucking boners. And then comes up with absolutely nothing. None of it went anywhere. None of it went anywhere, dude. And Brennan is hardly objecting. Like, I think he objected once. How are you doing, Sugar Sweet? From Finger Lakes, New York. I mean, right. She wants the conviction, but why does she want the conviction? I always go there. And this dude, man, look. This guy's saying how. The question of how did this happen doesn't get asked until the end of the entire research. It doesn't take an engineer to realize that that's fucking retarded. That's just not true. Now, a hypothesis, the definition of hypothesis is a tentative explanation or prediction about a phenomenon that can be tested through research and experimentation. A tentative explanation. Okay? An explanation is there is cause and effect. There is the question and the result, right? The result of asking the question how is an explanation. An explanation is literally the word used to answer the question how. That's the whole hypothesis. Hypothesis happens at the very beginning. The whole thing starts with hypothesis, dude. Now you can tell I'm not a very smart guy. Okay? I had to Google hypothesis to be sure of the meaning. You know what I mean? But here I am being gaslit by this guy because he's talking about how you don't ask the question of how. You're literally there to answer the question of how. That's the whole point. That's what you're doing. And this guy is dancing around that shit and saying, no, you don't ask the question how until the end. The fuck do you mean, dude? That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Well, no, a hypothesis is, dude, I'll read it again. A hypothesis is a tentative explanation or prediction about a phenomenon that can be tested through research and experimentation. It says nothing about proving anything. It is just the exploration to come up with an explanation. An explanation doesn't necessarily mean proof, does it? It's not proof. Now, is the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to prove to the jury that Boston police officer John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's Lexus SUV on January 29th, 2022? Is it up to them to do that? Yes. And isn't that guy there to prove that for the Commonwealth? So in that sense, yes, failed as far as proof goes, but we're not talking about proof right now. We're just talking about him dancing around a simple question. So, I mean, so they weren't talking about proof when he was saying the end of the hypothesis, at the end of the research. It still doesn't make sense. You're asking the question how from the beginning and throughout. That is like easy peasy common sense. That's it. Something happened. How did it happen? Let's hypothesize on it. That's it. Like, something happened. How did it happen? We'll conduct experiments to come up with an explanation and make sense of it. But the question how starts at the beginning and is throughout. It's fascinating. Like, I just hope the jury didn't fall for that shit. You know what I mean? Because that was some stupid bullshit, dude. That was just some double talk. And I can't believe this fucking fool wanted to put on a hat. Judge Beppa's like, what? Christy Downing, thank you so much. I believe Karen will succeed here, but I don't know if I can watch the civil case because of that OJ. That will make me mad. I'm here for the civil shit, dude. I'm here for it. I want to see her fucking take everyone the fuck down. Yeah, dude. Now, I'm pretty sure this is Brennan's last witness. I'm pretty sure Commonwealth's going to rest after this dickhead. So that means that the defense will begin their case. 4 new witnesses have been added on. They are, according to Ted Daniel, or a source to Ted Daniel, that they are there specifically to comment or to authenticate the text message thread from Michael Proctor, the very controversial text message thread from Michael Proctor. I don't know if they're going to call Proctor, though. Like, something about that tells me that they're not going to call Proctor. And I, I'm not a lawyer. But I feel like I just can't come up with a reason necessarily. Because I just don't see them spending a lot of time on their on the defense. Like they keep saying it's going to be like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks to present their defense. There's a lot to go over. They're going to go over the Higgins shit. I mean, there's a lot to go over. Spit it out, Judson. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Jen. Yeah, so how long's the break for? I mean, it's just morning break. Sorry, I'm just looking over chat. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, and that's what the ARCA guys are going to do. That's what the ARCA guys are going to do. But this guy... Okay. Okay, I'm down for this. All right, so I don't know if it's just on Twitter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just on it's on Twitter. So this dude is publicly buzzed. I don't know if you guys know who that is. Publicly buzzed does this Feral Friday thing where he like watches some really bad old horror movie. And we're gonna have a watch party and watch something called Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers. I'm in. So yeah, I'll be on Publicly Buzzed. Make sure to watch that when it happens. Yeah, kind of like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of thing. Kind of like that. Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers. Yeah, I'm so into it. I don't know what time. He just said Feral Friday this week. We got the glare coming to hang and watch Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers, but he didn't set a time. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I just got tagged, so I saw it. man. Yeah, B movies are fun, dude. B movies are super fun. And there's like movies that like, see, I know the difference between a good movie and a bad movie. You know what I mean? And like, there's like movies that are bad. And I'm not even talking about B movies. I'm talking about like big budget A-lister movies that were just bad, you know, but sometimes I love them. Like let's say, here's an example. Tango and Cash. Terrible movie, but I adore it and I want a sequel while Stallone and Kurt Russell are still alive. Thank you so much, Norman Corey. Hank is so far behind in the race. He actually thinks he is leading. Got this from Junior Soprano. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I love the movie Cuffs with Christian Slater. I don't know why. I just like that movie. Yeah, Tango and Cash is the shit, Scott. Tango and Cash is the shit, bro. I just recently rewatched Big Trouble in Little China. Like, it's just a cool little John Carpenter flick, you know. I like John Carpenter. He like just all depends on his mood, but he's so funny. Like John Carpenter in interviews is hilarious. Like he's just so he doesn't give a fuck. He just doesn't give a fuck, and it's great. Yeah, They Live is a classic John Carpenter movie. I arguably the best fight scene in any movie ever is in They Live between Roddy Piper and that dude that was the voice of Martian Manhunter and Justice League for a while there. I don't know his name. He was also in Men at Work. That's another movie that I love. That's terrible. Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen. And they were garbage men. That movie's so funny. It's a terrible movie. Hey, boys, where's your originality, huh? Hey, this is shit.
To address. Dr. Welcher was just using, at least my observation, his computer. He still has monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
Yeah, bro.
Closed. Yes.
Would he open?
So it's just, did you just turn it on?
No, but I will. I closed it.
Bro, why can't you just let him? Why can't you just make
like,
him
want the
take it
computer
away?
all the
Like
way
put it
off,
away.
just everything.
Is he going to need to turn his computer back on?
I do not see a need for the computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability to put the presentation and documents from our
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar,
Sure.
please.
Dude, that should be an easy. Why the fuck is this guy looking at his computer while he's on cross-examination? And why is Bev allowing that shit? And why is Bev arguing to let him keep it? What the fuck is going on here? You're supposed to sop up the gravy with your biscuits. I don't want to sop up the gravy with my biscuits. Oh, man, I forgot to try to find that movie yesterday. I'm watching that shit tonight, bro. I'm watching that shit tonight. Somehow or another, I'm watching that shit.
Remove those monitors, okay?
I'm sorry?
During the lunch break, I know it takes you a while to set up in the
Yeah.
morning. I'm going to ask you to take all that down during the lunch break, okay? Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, we left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the
Bad movie, but I love it.
amendments,
Another one that
are
I
you
love.
aware that the defense counsel
Hilarious,
received
really.
your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
No.
Wait, what?
And you began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir? Day after Memorial Day.
I testified yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, Memorial Day was Monday, dickhead. It's Wednesday. Mr. PhD, you don't know what day it is?
Are you aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails, and then I've been seeing it pop up on my news feeds as well. But once I was aware of the reclusion, I made sure to not review any of that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job, or like applying for a job. And I opened it up, and it was some internet troll.
Sure. I'm asking about emails from the prosecution.
Oh, no, there's been no emails about what's been going. I mean, there's been scheduling.
It was not me.
You know, when am I going to come? Things like that.
How then was it determined that you were going to be able to amend your power presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
So there was a communication with the prosecution. Might have been by Zoom, might have been by another method, but there were communications while this trial is going on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that?
I believe so.
Going to switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Aperture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain tech stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR data.
I'm sorry, my role.
Your role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is Event Data Recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that, as you have before, as EDR, Event Data Recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a tech stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a tech stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no, correct?
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question slightly different way.
So
the EDR data does not provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a tech stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every tech stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
There can be multiple tech stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button, that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause a key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and text stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Oh, you're
asking a question.
No.
So if it's yes or no, I'm
I-
fine with that.
EDR data
An expert
will,
weekend.
depending on the vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to text stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The text stream data
Mm-hmm.
indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to properly determine the location and the timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes, that text stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a text stream event.
So the text stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the text stream data.
Okay, so in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the text stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It can. I mean, you need to take the totality of the evidence in the text stream with the mileage, the overall timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct text stream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
My question is
Bro.
with regard to if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the text stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
So again, the text stream event tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the text stream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of where the text stream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong key cycle because it keys in the key cycle with the event.
Let me try it a different way. Your analysis or anyone's analysis and conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the text stream data are only as good as your ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate statement?
No. Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is one element. You need to look, for example, at the mileage. You need to look at the timing of the events. So this is considered a tool in the analysis process. You need to look at the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key cycle with a particular trip, but you can still get accurate timing and location of text stream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the text stream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could publish a slide, please, that is in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Pardon me,
What
Your-
slide number?
I've got slide 9. Mr. Wolk, yes, I've got the correct one. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to use the acronym VCH that you've used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024. Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167?
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that
Actually,
are...
can you zoom in on the key cycle?
Oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no, scroll. So when I got to it, you can see it was that key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
So to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So if we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events, I just want to reestablish the foundation here. In this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
Correct. I gave you the original.
Asswelcher.
So you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that...
Are you saying there's no basis for the question? All right, I'm going to allow the question and I'll hear it.
You are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all text stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165, and 1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton Police Department.
So the objection sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Lessie.
Sir, as part of your work in your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination, did you review the text stream events associated with the Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, sir. I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question. You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess analysis of the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the SUV, the Lexus SUV had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were 2 reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original CARS report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents you reviewed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that there
don't.
were do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay, and you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing, correct?
No, I did my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it'd probably be more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmational bias.
But you did,
But you did.
read
Ah!
Trooper Paul's report.
But you did.
So, you therefore are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
I'm going to see sidebar on this.
Fucking real, dude. Okay, I take it back. This guy's fucking stupid. I take it back. So he's stupid and he's a piece of shit. What kind of a fucking moron does that? Like what, dude? Oh, Trooper Paul wrote a report. You read the report. Right. But it's probably better that I didn't do that to avoid confirmation bias. Right, Jerry? Huh? All right. But you totally did. You read the report. So confirmation bias? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that it's unreal. What's up, James Jackson? Fucking love it, bro. You know, it'd be so funny. This guy has his laptop open and then fucking. Oh, you got a Venmo. Dude, this is wild shit, dude. All right, so who's there? Yeah, they don't look happy. This is fucking crazy. Like, yeah, so just so you guys know, yeah, look at John depict the dipshit. But Ted Daniels behind him. Dina Rex there on the end. Or near the end. Court TV dude. So I tweeted and tagged Mark Betterow, and I asked him, is it normal for a witness on cross to be sitting on the stand with an open laptop? And he was like, no. that was his answer. There was no legal explanation, just no. It's not okay. Like like that's not okay. Like I've never even heard of that shit. Yeah, like he's taking notes and shit. It's super weird. He's fucking jotting down the questions. Like this is crazy, crazy shit. I've never seen any shit like this in my life. This is the biggest fucking sham I've ever seen, dude. I didn't even know that a sham like this could even happen. And when it just boils down to what the judge allows. That's what it boils down to. Judge Bev is absolutely accountable for this shit going on in her courtroom, dude. Like, she is not doing her job if she's not reprimanding Hank Brennan herself. She's not doing her job. Yeah, dude, that shit was hilarious, dude. Like, he was trying to gain some sort of upper hand. And unless he was like, yeah, Bob, nice to meet you. Okay. First question, bro. Dude. Well, sidebar. You can't hear what's going on at sidebar. Like, there's no way. There's no way to hear it. The only people that might hear it are the O'Keefes. The only people that might hear sidebar or something that happens during sidebar would be the O'Keefes, but I don't think they can hear it either. And the main reason you can't talk during sidebar is because they're talking so quietly and the court reporter still has to hear what they're saying. That stuff still goes on record. So that's what always used to happen. Like when I was in the courtroom for the last trial, that's what would happen. They weren't quite as strict about telling you to be quiet. They weren't quite as strict that they were just like they were like, you got to keep it down because the court reporter needs to be able to hear the sidebar. No talking during sidebar. Yeah. That would be interesting if that's what Alessi's getting at. If he's trying to prove that the 3-point turn happened the next day, because fucking Burgess, the fucking knob that he is, put the wrong date, analyzed the wrong date, analyzed the data on the wrong date. January 30th. January 29th through January 30th is what his data said. Like, what, dude? It's not even the right day. It just depends on what the judge rules on CGC. It could be transcripts might be publicly available. They might not be. Yeah. I mean, Aperture is done, dude. Like this guy is the senior VP. And he's sitting there on the stand lying. Yeah, man, those bailiffs don't fuck around, dude. I'll tell you though, man, there's these two ladies that work at the metal detector when you first go in, and they're really, really nice, man. They're really cool. They're always really, really nice to me when I go in there. I mean, they're all overall nice, you know.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
They don't
Thank
fuck
you.
around when it comes to talking in court.
Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's and your investigation into this case, that the theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV?
So there's two words, just strike theorized.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's
Irons.
investigation and your
Hold on, Mr. Leslie, the court reporter can't hear you.
Thank you. I will.
I'll object again to the question that's coming.
Can I
Go
begin
ahead
my
and
question?
Ask a, it's gonna appropriate question.
Sure.
FBI, open up!
Do you have knowledge whether there is one time or more than one time for the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You have to remove part of that. Statement.
Okay, understood, Your Honor. Do you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why sustain that?
I'm not giving the instruction now.
Dr. Welcher.
Bro, wipe that fucking smirk
In
off your
terms
face,
of-
you shitbag.
The analyses that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'm going to see you again, folks. I'm sorry about that.
Like, it's a simple question. Did the Commonwealth come up with two different times that this supposedly took place? Simple question. Are you aware that there are two different theories as to when John O'Keefe was supposedly struck by Karen Reed's vehicle? I mean, we all know it. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Question is the jury going to know it? Is Bev going to let the jury know it? That they had two different theories for when it happened, which changes everything. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they agreed that there could be a robust cross. I can't tell who that is. I see Esty. Yeah, that bailiff, that lady, she is strict as fuck. But nice. Outside of the courtroom, she smiles, says hello. She's really nice. That dude does not look like a Fed. Stop it. That dude looks like a lawyer. I mean, the feds wouldn't just be sitting in there as guests of the Reeds, bro. Stop it. That wouldn't be happening. Give us fucking McDonough. Oh, and thank you guys for the kind things you were saying about my knee. I appreciate it. But you know what, guys? You know what? Karen Reed never even sent me an emoji about my knee. I never even got so much as an emoji from Karen Reed. And I'm going to expose everybody. And everybody's going down because I should have got a fucking emoji from Karen Reed. Oh my God, dude. Give us fucking McDonough. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, perfect timing there, Brad Blankenship. Oh my God.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
You're done. Brad Blankenship, thank you so much. What are the jurors from trial one thinking right now? Seeing the Commonwealth has moved the goalposts since their trial, especially those that had guilty on count. I love that. That's a great comment, Brad Blankenship. I could always count on you for those, man. Thank you. That is a great point. I wonder. I wonder what those jurors are thinking watching this shit right now. Not even a fucking emoji. The lineup next to Peg is rough. Oh, yeah. I don't even bother anymore, dude. I don't even bother arguing with those fucking idiots anymore, dude. I really don't. Like, there's no argument. There's no argument. Like Plevin has been commenting on my shit, dude, and I'm just like, man, I hope you feel better, bro. You know, like, here's the thing is if he's going through chemo and shit and he's being a piece of shit, like, you know, and he's not taking this time to try to make peace with God or whatever, that's on him, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's on him. And I'm not faulting anybody for calling him a fucking piece of shit either. I'm just saying, for my personal shit, I draw the line at fighting with some dude going through fucking chemo, bro. Like, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I just, you know, it's just my own personal, you know, decision, you know, my own standards, you know, like, he deserves everything he gets, but I'm just not, I'm not throwing my licks in. I'm just not doing that.
Excuse me.
What's up, Pearl?
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, for the moment, we'll come back to the other topic a little bit later. As we discussed earlier, you've got on various documents, you're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is
Sure.
it is biomechanical engineer?
What exactly is your
something you
title?
consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say
So you're a
that you are
biomechanic?
biomechanical engineer?
Yes.
And you say that much in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now, in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the
Thank
page of his report.
Do you have a paper copy or do you need your?
I do.
If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report.
Sure.
And on page 9,
I told you. I deal with
you
the customers,
state,
so the clients don't have to.
As a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
Did.
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did.
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assess the human anatomy. You made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, correct?
If given sufficient data, yes.
So
Blue boners, huh?
you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's exactly what I wanted to get. Newton's second law
Yeah.
is, and sometimes
Newton's law.
It's the second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass
Times acceleration.
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sir, you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right. we're gonna do that, we need to do it with the court's permission.
Yeah, bro. What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Just leave it right
All
there.
right.
And wipe your fucking smile off your face.
So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first law is the law of generally inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, correct?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Gigi.
And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report.
I can't fucking even believe what I'm watching.
And on
man.
page
This is
11,
insane.
you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force.
That's what we actually measured.
Right.
in the test.
And can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you use the acceleration is measured in feet per second squared. If you divide it by 1G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's. Basically because your blood's getting sucked
we
away
saw
from your head,
Top
not
Gun
'cause you're
2,
being
bro.
impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F force open as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
In that 7,200
What?
pounds is the previous unknown F.
No
in the
way.
Second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go
So
on to
two
note
and a half of Karen
that
Reed's
the applicable
SUV.
scientific literature
Get the
states
fuck
that
out of
a
my face.
fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
So you then, as I understand it, you go to the scientific literature and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry.
That math don't math, dog.
40.
That math don't math,
That's in your
dog.
report?
Well, you mixed two things together.
No,
There
you
was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of
How
the
do you
occipital
explain that,
bone
sir?
in an
Because
average
color
force
was
of
inverted.
634
What?
pounds.
No. 1,634 634.
I thought that's what I said. If I did, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated. Surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation in that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It
Let's
just
go
looks
back to
at
school for a
force
second.
equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right.
For an impact, it does.
Bro, watch your fucking
Now, let's
attitude,
go to the
homie.
study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents
You're talking to
and their
Bob Alessi.
relation to
Show some
collision and
respect.
car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
May I, Your Honor, grab the report?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can, it's in your report, sir. If you can find it, I'll do it in parallel with you.
Bro, he just pissed Alessi off. Dude, he totally just pissed Bob off. That is over for him.
Number 25.
That's the one I think it is. I just want to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No,
Okay.
just want to get to the,
Yeah, acceleration.
that's it, number 25. We're talking about the same one.
The acceleration hasn't
Now,
gotten to the impact yet.
Isn't it true
So how
that
could the
this
surface have
study
anything to
states
do with
that
it?
head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Or could the witness see the document that's being referred
Do you have your report in front of you?
I
Dude,
have my report, but
I just
reference
showed a
25 is not
video
in the
of
section
this guy
referring to.
fucking saying that shit.
Why don't you show it to him, Mr. Leslie?
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference.
I got a video you could show
Can I ask another question? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
where he says that shit.
Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage of pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not, on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next
Can I
question.
go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That was also from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you.
You're
So I'll
welcome.
repeat my question and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I would want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal?
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's circled with a red box on my slide.
Did you mention that on your testimony on
I
direct?
thought I did.
Get the fuck out
This
of my
article
face,
was
dude.
published back in 1979, correct?
I believe that's correct.
It's 46 years old. Therefore, if I did the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the currently
1979,
understood
bro.
most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the
Lower extremities. Dude.
I'd have to see the study. It wouldn't surprise me.
Motherfucker, I got you
Car
on video
technology,
saying it.
Especially, for example, with pedestrian safety systems, has caused autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity crash that causes the head to either slap into the hood or the window and or bounce off, to where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's accurate.
So you would agree that as of January 2022, the most common injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
So you can test that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
Maybe that's about a source.
No, I'll allow the question.
So I'd want to see the data. Again, most cars, for example, this Lexus has a pre-collision system in it that will start to apply the brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car. And so for frontal collisions, it's transitioning, taking what were head injuries, because they're more severe, higher speed crashes, making them lower speed crashes and shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case, because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
You're
So the
fucking
answer is
lying,
you don't
dude.
know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right. Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion. That was a sub-opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no.
Thank
the general
you.
concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis Then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually properly called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I'd use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No, I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property?
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
That's very courteous of you.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene. I didn't physically step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser cameras showing people around a body. It's slightly north and slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
Oh my God, bro. Knock it off.
Access that part of the scene that you just described, correct?
I absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150, 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Did your scan topography?
Yes.
Then you know that there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
Correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
Wow.
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing up on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then that would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know
there's
whether
your
he was
reasonable
on the
doubt
road
right
or
there.
in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, remember you had the ruler and you measured the height? Did you
Absolutely.
know that?
Yep.
Where was it? It was you? Was it you in that slide?
It was
Where were your feet?
on the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground, to the top for the spoiler and you took a measurement. And you said that that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly, because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so, you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So, you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't do
Correct.
either one of those.
So the point is, it's certainly possible that if there's 4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or
Oh,
reacts to
Plevin,
it,
come on.
again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Plevin, knock it off.
Describe the possibility that his head could be down. As I understand it, you're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned like that in any photo you presented to the jury, were you?
I'm trying to make it clear. We don't know his exact body position at the point of impact.
More
nor do we know
reasonable
the exact
doubt.
position on the ground.
More
So,
reasonable doubt.
Which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do
More
that.
reasonable doubt.
So I don't have that information. I'm
All the
showing
reasonable doubt
the
you need right
geometry
there.
relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
So it was done properly. We don't have I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contacting that fin or spoiler, because you don't have information as you just described. Is this
Sure, it could be from
There it
contacting
is.
the ground.
Pardon me?
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty that Mr. O'Keefe at the time of impact had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You don't have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height
Bro.
and geometry matches.
And you
Get
didn't
the
take
fuck
into
outta here.
consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with the jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me 2 questions. I absolutely considered the
Dude,
berm.
shut the fuck up. You're
And
done. You're
The
done.
second question, when I presented to the jury,
No,
when I
no,
mentioned the berm and we
You
showed
don't
the picture
get
of the shoe
to
in the snow.
The
but that
number
was it.
4 without 2 and
That's
3,
my
bro.
question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned a berm,
Mhm.
I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head, is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
But the
So you
spoiler
could
hit his
have
head,
your
hit his
arm
eye.
to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle coming like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car.
Bro, stop it.
I could probably find the slide for you.
So you
Shut the
didn't
fuck
do
up.
a force analysis to determine how much force would be applied assuming a contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is part of what
they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct, if we had more information.
Mr. Alessi, why don't we break here?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So jurors, your lunch is here. We'll see you.
Who's right for the jury?
Goodbye.
Dude, this shit is fucking crazy, bro. We don't know this. We don't know that. We don't know this. But we concluded that John O'Keefe was glanced hit by Karen Reed's SUV, and the spoiler glanced hit his eye. How could that have happened? Okay, let's break that down for a second. How could that possibly have happened if the glance hit is the explanation for it only hitting his elbow? So was his elbow, I mean, it couldn't have hit the tail light and the spoiler at the same time, right? Because the tail light broke supposedly from John O'Keefe's elbow, right? So this is out of the question as an explanation. That's completely out of the question as an explanation. That's not a thing. So for it to only touch his arm, and it's a glance hit, meaning he's kind of sideswiped, right? For lack of a better term. He's clipped, right? And he goes into a spin flying in the air and lands on the ground at a force of 7,200 pounds. From a glance hit. 7,200 pounds, people. Karen Reed's Lexus SUV weighs 3,000 pounds. 3,000 pounds. That's 2.5 of Karen Reed's SUVs. That's that much force from John O'Keefe falling and hitting the ground, causing his head to fracture and a fatal injury to his brain. No. No. And there's no way that it only clipped his elbow and somehow in that impact, his eye got hit by the spoiler. How far is the spoiler coming out? That must have been I don't remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV tricked out like it's in South Beach, Miami. Low to the ground, rims, neon lights on the bottom. I didn't see none of that shit. Engine burning rice. I didn't see none of that shit on Karen Reed's SUV. That's got to be one hell of an obnoxiously long spoiler coming out of the back of that SUV, dude. The theory absolutely defies physics and logic. And the guy's job is to apply physics and logic to come to a conclusion. So we're talking about one dirty motherfucker here. This guy got in bed with a corrupt government is what happened. This guy got in bed with a bunch of corrupt cops and a corrupt DA. That's what this guy did. Norman Corey, thank you so much. In trial 1, AJ asked Paul about key cycles and could not answer. Bev made him move on. This trial, the same thing happened. Why is that? Because the key cycles would probably prove their case wrong. The key cycles would probably be the nail in the coffin of Hank Brennan's bullshit case, as well as Lally's. And he's being paid. Well, Aperture's being paid $325,000 for this bullshit. This dude's like, I'm just going to go out and buy a fucking Lexus. He's going to take 70K out of that and buy a Lexus. And that's it. Like, and we're expected to believe that the Commonwealth didn't pay for that this dude didn't recoup the expenses, that he took 70K out of that 325K, took that big of a hit out of his own pay. What a nice guy to conduct this bullshit. I call bullshit. That's poor business. Nobody does things. Businesses like that don't do things out of the kindness of their heart. They expect to be reimbursed for their expenses. That's how it works. That's how you, I don't know, do the thing that businesses are designed to do, which is, I don't know, make a fucking profit. This is wild, dude. Commonwealth only pays. Get the fuck out of my face. The Commonwealth only pays the difference. Like, I don't believe that shit for a second. Not even a little bit. That this dude is just like, oh, and then they recoup the expenses after we sell it. So you're just given, because the difference is going to be the minimum. It's going to be the smaller amount. So let's say they can only sell the Lexus SUV after that for $50,000, right? You're going to tell me that they're going to take a $50,000 hit after spending 70? And be like, oh, Commonwealth, you're good. You only owe me 20. We're good. Because I lost 20. I took a hit on the 20 G's. So you're good. That's not how businesses work, bro. That's not how businesses work, dude. This is just crazy, bro. Bro, what is this shit that pops up on my feed, dude? What is this? Okay. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Okay, so this is now streaming on Fox News. Yeah. I need to start educating myself on the Diddy shit because that's fucking crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Wait, what? Kid Cudi car bombing? I don't even know that. I didn't even know that happened. Look at her butt. Haha, don't show us your algorithm. Sorry, guys, I got to do it to you. I got to do it to you guys. As much as I hate to do it, I'm going to have to. I think you know what's coming.
What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint, and sort of.
You guys can't tell me that you're not interested in hearing Julie Grant try to justify this shit, try to play cleanup on this bullshit. You guys cannot tell me that that shit is not something you want to fucking watch, because this shit is hilarious to me. I gotta know how she's gonna do that.
Sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light.
Could this be the crucial testimony the Commonwealth needs to prove Karen Reed murdered John O'Keefe? An accident reconstructionist breaks down the possible explanation for John O'Keefe's arm scratches. Plus, this might be the final witness for the prosecution. Will the defendant herself, Karen Reed, take the stand? And no more courtrooms for the Chrisleys. President Donald Trump pardons the reality show couple, Todd and Julie Chrisley, after spending 2 years behind bars. Also this hour, bombshell new testimony from
What? Trump pardoned the Chrisleys? What?
Diddy's former employees, detailing how she was kidnapped. They were spotlighted, and this was the Diddy sex trafficking trial. It's all next, right here on Opening Statements. And welcome to Opening Statements. I'm Kelly Craft, in this morning for Julie Grant. Julie is a special guest for the Scripps National Spelling Bee, and she will be back next week. On the show, we are...
Stop it, bro. Stop it. We all know Julie Grant can't fucking spell, lady. You're already kicking off this show with lies.
Are getting you ready for what's ahead in court. And right now, it's time for the Daily Docket.
Case in particular, just... I guess it caused so much emotions to rise to the surface for all the girls that are missing, and how he was a troller. He trolled the bars. He trolled.
All right, just so you guys know, like, I'm just letting this shit fucking play right now because I'm trying to order lunch. I'm fucking hungry. So I'm trying to order lunch and I don't know what I want yet. So I'm just letting this play while I figure it out.
Trolled the internet, he trolled the neighborhoods, and he was looking for girls like Shady. And he found one, if not many.
Opening statements expected today in the deadly first date murder trial. This one is for defendant Maxwell Anderson. He was charged in connection to the death and disappearance of 19-year-old Shady Robinson. Court begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Also in New York City, testimony resumes in Diddy's federal sex trafficking trial. That begins at 9 a.m. Eastern. Also in Massachusetts, defendant Karen Reed's retrial also resumes this morning, that one at 10 a.m. And that's our top story. The Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist returns to the stand for the cross-examination today. Judson Welcher testified about the alleged collision between Karen Reed's SUV and John O'Keefe. Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson is outside the courthouse in Dedham with the very latest. Matt.
Kelly, good morning. Today will be another big day in the Karen Reed murder retrial. The state's crash reconstructionist back on the stand for cross. On Tuesday, Dr. Judson Welcher with Aperture Consulting walked the jury through his examination of Karen Reed's SUV, Officer John O'Keefe's vehicle, and cell phone, and showed the jury videos of himself demonstrating how O'Keefe's arm injuries could be in line with the taillight, his leg bruise to the bumper. But the defense objected before he could give his opinion about the alleged collision.
Based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening. With a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that is what happened.
Objection, move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that. I want to see counsel's for just
Strike
I
that
think
shit.
it's important to demonstrate what is the Commonwealth accusing me of? The speed, the positioning, recreate that for us. Back up into the crash test dummy at 24.2 miles an hour in the arm and see what happens. That's what I would want to see if I were you.
Do you recall that at all, Karen?
No, because it didn't happen.
And Dr. Welcher could be the state's last witness before resting their case in chief.
Like, you see how these fucking vultures just try to trip her up and shit? Like, oh, let's see if we can get a confession from Karen Reed. Like, she didn't do it, stupid. That's not going to happen.
Kelly?
Matt, thank you for that report. Now, Welcher's testimony is crucial to the Commonwealth's case in proving Karen Reed's second-degree murder charge. The accident reconstructionist used blue paint to demonstrate how Reed's Lexus could have caused injuries to O'Keefe's arm. Take a look.
What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint, and sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds, and you'll see, and we'll throw this from two different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact, but even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
So, did the prosecution prove Karen Reed murdered John O'Keefe? Here to discuss, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Franz Borchardt and creator and host of Road Patrol Live, John DePietro. John, why don't we start with you this morning? Good morning to both of you. But John, you have
Good morning, Kelly.
You've been in the courtroom. What do you think? What are your takeaways from his testimony?
Kelly, it was really remarkable, especially, number one, he conducted the test himself. Number two, he's about the size and height of the late John O'Keefe. And so he even dressed like him with a baseball hat. The video has played such an important part of this trial, from the various clips they showed, a different video they've shown. This was remarkable. There was in the courtroom. It was if, the jury were all watching this, and this is the closest thing as to what happened. It was outstanding. And the way they executed it, this was the final. It really demonstrated, and especially the camera up top, the camera on the side, it showed basically what happened and how it could happen. And between the paint and the fact that he was actually
I gotta hear that shit one more time,
a different video they've shown
and creator.
I can't get enough of this fucking clown, bro. First of all, look at his fucking face, dude. Like, I can't with this guy, dude. Look at him. I can't with this dude.
Creator and host of Road Patrol Live, John DePietro. John, why don't we start with you this morning? Good morning to both of you. But John, you have
Good morning, Kelly.
You've been in the courtroom. What do
He looks like he smells like cheese, bro.
you think? What are your takeaways from his testimony?
Kelly, it was really remarkable, especially number one, he conducted the test himself. Number two, he's about the size and height of the late John O'Keefe, and so he even dressed like him with a baseball hat. This has been, the video has played such an important part.
He's like pointing out the things that we made fun of and got angry about as if they're good things. Like, it's totally wild. Sorry about that.
Part of this trial, from the various clips they showed, a different video they've shown. This was remarkable. There was in the courtroom. It was if, the jury were all watching this, and this is the closest thing as to what happened. It was outstanding. And the way they executed it, this
guy's an accident reconstructionist, and he bought a Lexus so it could just stay, not even with the engine on, much less going in reverse at 24 miles an hour to hit a pedestrian. At the very least, that's what you have to do. Karen was absolutely right, 100% correct. That proves nothing. And the fact that John DePietro is standing there defending it on court TV makes it even more fucking absurd, because John DePietro is a fucking bona fide moron. Clearly, there is no credibility behind this. Like, I didn't think there could be any less credibility with Asswelcher's little hypotheses here. I don't think, like, I didn't think that it could get even fucking dumber, except now that I'm hearing DePietro defend it and praise it, it's even that much dumber now.
Was the final. It really demonstrated, and especially the camera up top, the camera on the side, it showed basically what happened and how it could happen. And between the paint and the fact that he was actually the one doing the test, it was that authentic, and the fact that they also have a replica Lexus, it was so explosive, and it was really powerful in the courtroom. It was as if we were of what had happened to John O'Keefe that night.
Franz, let me ask you, what do you think the demonstrations will help with? Will they help with that second-degree murder charge?
So the second-degree murder charge, I think, only works if you believe that she intended to hit him, that she accelerated and intended to hit him, and there's problems with that. I've said from day one, I think
there's problems with it because there's no fucking even the slightest bit of data that says that that's the case.
That's a difficult charge for the Commonwealth to prove.
It's an impossible,
especially since we've seen evidence.
An impossible charge for the Commonwealth to prove because it didn't happen.
It's that she may have been impaired behind the wheel. I think what you do have is a very and I know people will disagree with me, I think you have a good witness, a good expert that has proposed the how it happened, and he did it in a demonstrative way. And look, whether or not the judge allows that final question to come in or not, the totality of the circumstances, what he was just saying to a lot of folks makes a lot of sense. You got the DNA, you got the shards of glass on the victim, you got this reenactment.
Dude, and every time that was brought up, the chain of custody was brought up, and there's more doubt in that than whatever this fucking idiot was doing.
It makes a lot of sense that this is how this may have happened. That all being said, I'm very much looking forward to the Alessi cross-examination. I enjoy watching him do cross-examination. And I want to see what he does to confront this witness. And I also want to see what the jury does to balance this witness with the defense experts who are going to say, no, this couldn't happen.
All right, let's listen to some more of Dr. Welcher's testimony. He's going to be demonstrating the fractures on O'Keefe's arm and how they really were lining up with some things. Why don't we go ahead and listen to some of that, and then I'll get your reaction on the...
I just had a thought. I don't know how, again, I'm uneducated. I really don't know how these things work, but I just had a thought. What if we didn't get to see the videos of the experiments that the ARCA guys did, the crash daddies, as you guys like to call them? What if the reason why was because it was still an open FBI investigation, right? It was still an open investigation, so they couldn't show evidence of the investigation, right? All these guys could do was testify as to what their findings were as far as Karen Reed's SUV and John O'Keefe's physical body, right? So let's think about that for a second. So in theory, I would think that this time around, since the federal investigation is closed, we would see the crash daddies conducting their experiments, investigating this situation. Wouldn't we see those things? Now, and does that mean if we don't see them and they can't show them, does that mean that the federal investigation isn't actually closed? I don't know. Oh, has Microdots dropped a new video yet? I love people who are like, oh my God, Microdot's voice. It's captivating. Bro, it's young Obi-Wan. Relax.
On the other side.
What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus.
John, what do you take away from that?
You know, Kelly, it's just so powerful. And I want to touch on, keep in mind, Karen Reed, she floored it going backwards as he testified. She never touched the brake. I think murder, too, was established yesterday, because also, keep in mind, as all this is being demonstrated, this comes on the heels, which was Dr. Wolf, the neurosurgeon, who basically testified that after he was struck so hard with his head hitting the ground that he was basically... So the way he illustrated this made the most sense. It also demonstrated, that this is where the taillight was. Thought it was, as someone that has followed this case for 2 years, I thought, and what Dr. Weckler laid out, it also shows that she was aiming directly at him. She floored it. He was behind her. I mean, to me, who came into the courtroom yesterday.
Franz, you mentioned about cross. Why don't we talk a little bit about that? What do you think we are going to see? Obviously, during voir dire yesterday, we got a glimpse as to maybe they're going to ask about changes to his PowerPoint presentation. What do you think we're going to see?
I think the overarching theme is going to be scientific validity and credibility. I think we're going to have the theme of the Commonwealth is doing whatever it needs to do to move the field goal posts. And look, whether you think that she is guilty or not, I have to say, Alessi is a fantastic attorney on cross-examination. So I think he is up to the job and the task. But I think it's going to be chiseling away at the fact that one, we cannot trust this reenactment or demonstrative evidence to scientific certainty. And I think he's also going to establish that, look, at the end of the day, also, we don't know what happened, and that this is just a theory and it has flaws to it. Whether or not the jury agrees with that or not remains to be seen, but there is looking like a lot of evidence right now that seems to support that she hit John O'Keefe with that car.
John, do you think this is how the Commonwealth will end their case with this witness? Will there be anyone else after this for the Commonwealth?
I don't think so, Kelly. And I think Hank Brennan on redirect is going to introduce even more. And from what I understand, they have some clips of Karen Reed even talking about this that will put the icing on the cake. Where I'm going to disagree is I just believe prosecutor Hank Brennan, he has owned the courtroom, and Robert Alessi.
I can't get any of his shit.
He has a tendency to kind of drone on and lose. What was so powerful about this was the video. We've become a society of video, and you're watching someone that looks like John O'Keefe, dressed like John O'Keefe. It wasn't really reenactment, the reconstruction, but it was really powerful. Now in that courtroom, what we saw makes the most sense.
Wow. Well, I really love hearing your insight, John. Thank you so much, John. I know you're leaving us.
Okay.
Goodbye for now, but Franz, you are staying with us through.
So you must be a fucking idiot too. Okay.
Out the morning. So John, again, thank you so much. Now coming up on opening statements.
Were there any other individuals around you aside from Mr. Combs and Mr. Offert in Central Park that night? No. What, if anything, did Mr. Combs tell you at that time?
He told me he didn't know that I had anything to do with Suge Knight, and if anything happened, he would have to kill me.
Capricorn Clark, one of Diddy's former employees, takes the stand. Does her testimony prove the music mogul's racketeering charges? And 2 reality show stars set to be free. President Trump pardons Julie and Todd Chrisley after the 2 were convicted of fraud. This was back in 20.
Nope. All right. I don't think I've ever even watched this one. This went under my radar. So stop what you're doing right now and click on this link and give this video a like because we're going to watch it.
Sometime before 1:26 a.m. Brian Higgins walks outside, gets into his Jeep, never sees the body of a man over 6 feet tall lying directly beneath the flagpole, despite it being illuminated by the powerful plow lights mounted on the front. No sneaker, no shards of reflective plastic on the road in front of him. Brian Higgins then drives away from 34 Fairview Road. It's 1:26 a.m. We will first see Brian Higgins arrive to the police station as viewed from the rear parking lot camera. It is mounted on the back corner of the Sallyport garage. The red circle represents where he parks. He exits the vehicle. The surveillance video picks up his iPhone's true depth facial ID camera, scanning his face. This means he's looking directly into his device. He hesitates momentarily, looks back at the Jeep, looks into his phone, then continues. While he's outside, Brian will be using his phone quite a bit. Next, we see him pass in front of the small island containing a tree and a light pole. The camera is mounted here. He walks to the entry on the church side of the Sallyport and is picked up by the camera at the top corner of the main building. At 1:28, he walks down the first floor corridor. He enters this room for 1 minute and 39 seconds before returning to the hallway. This door leads to the communications center. Here's how we know. The camera we are viewing from is located here. We can trace his steps through the interior of the police station, entering the first floor corridor and then moving directly to the comm center. The comm center is manned at all hours. It would be the first place you'd go to find out if anything unusual has been reported, like a woman calling to say she dropped her boyfriend off at a party and hasn't heard from him since. And it's just on the other side of that glass. We attempted to decipher the words written on this sign. I believe it reads authorized personnel only. He takes a quick look down the hall, perhaps to see if anyone is present, then takes a right and moves out of view of the cameras. From here, he could have taken one of 3 doors. To his left and right are offices. Straight ahead is an entryway which leads to the front wing of the building. with also a stairwell that he could have taken to go upstairs to the second floor. Here's the second floor layout. If he did come up here, he would have exited the stairwell at this point, and based on the timeline, he certainly had the time to do it. The station seems to have numerous cameras in place inside and out. It's peculiar, then, that the exact footage that would show us where Higgins went for those crucial minutes is conspicuously missing. Are we really expected to believe there are no security cameras operating inside the communications center, the very place where police interact with the public face-to-face through glass every day, and not a single other camera in the building that could show us where Brian Higgins went? These officials have proven their willingness to tamper with and withhold crucial evidence. Therefore, it's just as important to consider what was not provided as it is to examine what was. 4 minutes and 36 seconds later, he reappears in the main corridor and proceeds to leave the same way he came in. He just reached into his pocket for his phone and now has it in hand. But he waits. The second he steps outside of the building, he starts using his phone again. It's already up to his ear. It's worth noting he stayed off the phone while inside, at least from what we can see, meaning he likely placed the call as soon as he had privacy again. Higgins enters frame right and approaches the Jeep, still with the phone to his ear. He walks between the Jeep and the large pickup and heads straight for the vehicle in the rear of the parking lot. We know this because we see his long shadow moving that way behind the Jeep. Higgins stands outside the vehicle briefly, then opens the door and gets inside. The tail light illuminates, indicating he starts the vehicle. It is located approximately here. He first turns on the windshield wipers, then rolls the driver's side window down to clear snow, allowing him to see. We speed up the playback while he sits inside. He moves the vehicle off screen left. He reappears and clears both windshield wipers from a third vehicle.
Now,
he stops here with his elbows bent as they would be.
He's clearly doing something shady because he testified in the last trial that he was moving cars around. But at no point in this video do we see him moving cars around. We see him getting into cars. We see him doing things with these cars, but never actually moving them. So what that leads me to believe is that whatever he was doing inside those cars is extremely shady and something worth lying about. So I don't know, is there something in those cars? Is he changing clothes? Is he changing shoes?
Be if he was manipulating his phone in front of him, in a stance consistent with interacting with text messaging. He focuses on his device for about 18 seconds. then proceeds to the rear of the Jeep. And returns to open the driver's side door, most likely to fetch the keys for the large truck, a fourth vehicle, which lights are triggered as he remotely unlocks it, then enters to start the engine. The lights flicker again when he opens the door. The truck is now on and idling, with the driver's side door still slightly open. He rolls the vehicle forward a few feet, deeper into the parking spot. He opens the passenger side door of the third vehicle, reaches in. Then walks back to the Jeep. And seems to do the same thing there, opening the door momentarily. Then back to the third vehicle he goes, this time to access the bed. We see the black underlid of a container or tarp come up and cover the back window momentarily. He reaches in, throws a large duffel bag over his shoulder, and closes the lid. The bag appears to be very large. He opens the driver's side door of the Jeep. Again, you get a clear glimpse of just how massive the bag is. He walks to the back of the Jeep and places it inside.
All right. Okay. What's up? What's up with that huge bag that he's carrying? That he gets out of one car, puts in his Jeep. You know, John O'Keefe has just been killed. Okay? He's obviously at the Canton PD doing some sort of cleanup. Now, everybody always speculates, what was he doing at the Canton PD? But the thing about that is, people have also speculated that Stephanie Mullins, yeah. People have also speculated that John O'Keefe was onto something. Now, I don't know if that's true, but if I'm speculating, John O'Keefe was just murdered accidentally. He was attacked, but I don't think the intention was to murder him, right? So John O'Keefe is just murdered. Now there's a heat up. There's going to be cops coming around here. Brian Albert says, you need to get your ass over to the Canton PD, move the shit out of the car, get it the fuck out of there. We can't have that in there because we're going to have to answer a lot of questions. People are going to start asking questions. This isn't just some guy. He's a Boston cop. So we don't know if cops are going to come busting in my door later. So just in case they do, go take care of this real quick. Let me know when it's done. Hence the phone call. Just speculation. That's an awful big bag. And it's real shady what he's doing right there. And the timing is even more shady.
Then starts up the vehicle and closes the door. Returning to the third vehicle, he opens the passenger side door. He's looking for something towards the back seat. He opens the rear passenger side door and looks in. He then walks off camera, left side momentarily. He is presumed.
You got to understand that when there's dirty money involved in something, you got to wash it. You got to clean it. You got to wash it. So that's why they always tell you when trying to figure these things out, you got to follow the money, right? You got to wash this money because otherwise it can get traced back to however you got it. It becomes evidence. No, not actually wash it. Money laundering. You got to take illegitimate money, put it through a channel that when it comes out of that channel, it becomes legitimate, such as take it, gamble with it, strip clubs, but that's like small time shit. You know what I mean? Or, a pizza shop. That's what you do. Right. Just like Ozark. Same thing. Same thing. So I find it really hard to believe that Higgins, being such buddies with Brian Albert, and trust me when I say that there's not 1 ounce of me that thinks that Brian Albert is a legit police officer. I see just pure fucking stone cold. I take whatever the fuck I want, and you're just gonna like it. I see that in his eyes. So, and I think Higgins is just always, they're like Lenny and whatever the fuck his brother's name was of Mice and Men. And Higgins is Lenny. What do you want me to do, Brian Albert? I'll do whatever you want. As long as you like me. Do you like me, Brian Albert? What do you want me to do? So Brian Albert makes Brian Higgins his do bitch. He's like, this is your fucking mess. This is your fucking mess. This guy came over to fight you. It went too far. Now he's fucking dead. And now you got to go to fucking Canton PD, clean this shit up. Whatever it is that he's doing. So, who knows? Now, I watch a lot of movies. That could just be all that is. I see this dude acting shady and bring a big-ass bag, like a giant duffel bag. I mean, that seems a little too goddamn cliche, doesn't it? For it to be a big bag of money. But, again, we're just speculating. I don't know. All I know is what he's doing is shady as fuck. And he's not doing what he testified in the first trial. He's not doing, what he testified that he did in the first trial. And we know that he made a phone call. We won't know who he made that phone call to because he later on destroyed his phone along with Brian Albert. So here these guys are calling each other in the middle of the night. I mean, No, not Lenny and Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley. Stop it. Yeah, everyone does everything Brian Albert wants. Brian Albert doesn't see himself as a De Niro or Pesci in Goodfellas. He thinks of himself as a Paulie in Goodfellas. Except he uses phones. Paulie didn't use phones. But you see him, he's saying the least. He's the least active in talking. All he said was exactly in that one text thread. Tell him the guy never went in the house. Brian Albert says exactly. But he's in every single text thread. He's there. He's involved. He knows what's being said. Shit's happening at his house. I mean, this is
presumably on the other side of the vehicle, rear door. He returns to the Jeep yet again to do something.
I don't think that
then heads back to the third vehicle.
I honestly don't think that we're anywhere near the end of this story. Not just because it's not the end of the trial. I'm talking beyond that. I'm not even talking about Turtle Boy's case, which we have to be following as well, all the way to the end. I think that, and I fear that after this trial, once Karen Reed is exonerated, people are going to turn up dead. People are going to start panicking. People are going to start worrying about somebody talking. Somebody's going to get brave and blackmail somebody. I mean, there's too many names here. This has got a Daybell Vallow situation happening all over it. A potential Daybell Vallow situation happening all over it. So, because think about it. I've explained this 100 times. No federal case is ever closed, right? It might be suspended for the time being, pending further evidence, right? But this trial itself is that further evidence. This trial in and of itself is that further evidence. All of this stuff is going on record. Every single lie that could be disproven, all of this stuff could be used in a federal court of law. Okay? So, and there's a lot of things that are becoming uncovered as this trial goes forward. We haven't even gotten to the defense's case yet. Okay? We have not even gotten to the defense's case yet. They haven't even begun to present their case. But this third-party culprit defense opens doors. This third-party culprit defense makes things happen. Makes things possible that weren't possible before. So does putting everything on record in this trial. Testimony. That's people under oath, knowing that anything they say can and will be used against them. So considering that, if there's enough here for the feds to pursue their case against Michael Morrissey and the real killers of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, people are going to start panicking. People are going to start silencing other people. And I worry about that. Because what will happen, it will back these people into a corner. Once Karen Reed is exonerated, people will be backed into a corner. And bad things are going to happen. I predict that. No good comes from someone, from a person capable of murder feeling backed into a corner and feeling desperate. No good ever comes from that, unless they're sitting in an interrogation room. Unless they're sitting in an interrogation room around a bunch of cops who actually want to arrest them. That's the only time any good comes from that.
We see him walk back into frame, this time holding some kind of poled tool, possibly a snow brush. However, he doesn't use it on any of these vehicles. He puts it inside the Jeep, gets in, and readies to leave the premises. And finally, he drives off into the night. All we know about what he did next is what he's told us.
Yeah, man. That's the thing is, man, thank God for microdots, dude. Because, I mean, there's no denying. There's just simply no denying the fact that, I mean, my point being, you're not going to convince me that there's a coincidence. With everything else that seems like it's too much to be coincidence. There's too many things that are coincidence for them to be coincidences. If that makes sense. Too many. Way too much shit. Right? So now, having said that, there's no fucking way that Brian Higgins going to the Canton PD, lying about why he went to Canton PD and what he was doing at Canton PD right after John O'Keefe's murder, you're not gonna tell me that that's a coincidence. And acting shady as fuck. There's nothing on the up and up about that. There's nothing on the up and up about this dude wandering around the Canton PD. Certain cameras aren't working conveniently. Mic check to the gods. Turbulence in the chat. My man James Jackson was here earlier too. Yeah, there's just nothing you're going to convince me of there's no way you're going to convince me that is a coincidence. I'm going to watch from Fox News, man. That's what I'm doing. What's up, Brian Hale? Dude, I got way too much shit here. It was good, though. It was fucking good. I'm already full. Yeah. Yeah, I got some KFC, man. I was craving some chicken. Some motherfucking chicken. Okay. Motherfucking chicken. Because my knee hurts and I can't put on my juice. But I eat all the chicken. Yeah, I have to leave Clubber upstairs. Normally he's with me when I'm live streaming, but I have to leave him upstairs with Drago. Because if I come down here with him and he takes off running, I can't hold a leash on him, because if he jerks me and I could fall down, I can't chase after him if he runs off. And so I can't take that chance.
We had left off talking about some examples of Newton's second law and the application of it in the parlance of force equals mass times acceleration. And I now want to continue on with that discussion. It is correct that you can conduct a force analysis on any part of the body, correct?
I mean, it's more difficult on internal with live people. Like if you wanted like my appendix, I really necessarily couldn't.
Let's talk about the musculoskeletal system, the outside bones. You can conduct a force analysis
So your
on
bones
any
are
bone.
on the inside.
Sir, if I could finish my question, please.
Okay.
You can conduct a force analysis on any bone in the body, correct?
More or less, yes.
What?
So the force analysis I use as a synonym with Newton's second law is not exclusive to the head, correct?
Are
You can
certain
do it on
bones
other
magnets, bro?
Bones in the body, correct?
Correct.
On direct examination, your direct examination here, you did not present a force calculation representing what you allege to be contact between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you?
Correct.
And nowhere in your report do you present a force calculation for Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, do you?
Correct. We didn't have enough information to do it.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Now,
I mean, it must piss him off that unless he's
Given
not
that
even a
you
doctor and he's
stated
smarter than he is
that,
in his
quote,
own field.
determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy, end quote, is the job of a biomechanical engineer.
This has got to be
must have
infuriating for him.
conducted several force calculations related to accidents involving humans in your career, correct?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Now,
like he was brought on to outsmart the lawyers. You know what I mean?
Present a force calculation
Outsmart
in
Alessi.
your materials, as you've stated on direct, with regard to the arm, and I'll include in the right arm going from the shoulder all the way to the tip of the hand. Okay, so that's my definition of a right arm. You didn't present any force calculation on that part of the body of Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Correct.
Assume, and we're going to apply Newton's second law. Assume Mr. O'Keefe's hand weighed 7 pounds. So that's the M in the F equals MA.
That's not a good assumption.
Well, what number would you like to apply for an M for the hand of Mr. O'Keefe? I'll take any number you got.
Just the hand?
Just the hand.
Oh, the whole arm of Mr. O'Keefe weighs approximately 12 pounds.
Okay, fair enough. So the whole arm is from the shoulder down to the tip of the fingers is about 12 pounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So assume that the Lexus SUV was traveling at 20 miles an hour. All right? Under your theory going backwards, 20 miles an hour. And the third variable I'd like to give you is to assume an impact window of 10 milliseconds.
Okay.
Can you calculate the G's of force from that data?
You need more information.
Well, let me ask you this. What more information would you need?
So we talked about the glancing impact.
I'm talking about.
Let's see how he answers this, or how he dances around it.
Calculation of an impact, not as to whether it's glancing or not.
So you want a direct head-on impact in the arm, not a glancing hit to where the Lexus comes in, hits the arm, and they continue off together?
I'd like to start with that, but just so we can hopefully expedite it for the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to want to get to what you have depicted in your diagram of holding the arm out. And that's not a glancing impact. Is that, sir, with the right arm in parallel with the back of the Lexus?
Yes, it is. So really I'm sorry, let me finish, please. What you're concerned
Oh
about
my
is where the center of
God,
mass
dude,
is.
this guy.
With the center of mass out towards the corner of the car, that becomes a glancing contact. So you don't have a center of mass contact, you have a glancing contact.
Okay, fair enough. So let's start the first force calculation.
I need my calculator.
I'm going to let him use it.
Jackson wants to hit this guy, dude. Look at Jackson.
Tell me when you're
Look at his face.
Go ahead.
So let's take
Jackson wants to fucking wreck this dude, bro.
Center of impact.
Center of mass.
Center of mass impact, right?
Okay.
Impact to the right arm.
Okay.
Let's start with that one.
Okay. And you want me to use like a 10 millisecond?
Yeah, be conservative. Yeah, let's use a 10 millisecond for
Okay.
the impact window.
Yeah, Karen, bro, if looks could kill, those charges would be justified. What's up, Liz Reed? You get him, Karen. Keep your eyes on that slimy motherfucker. Make him look you in the eye. Is this guy fucking for real, dude? Now you're just stalling, guy. Still, bro? Still?
Today, Junior. Okay, question.
There you go.
What do you get for F of force in the F equals M times A calculation?
About 2,188 pounds. I made a triangular crash pulse assumption.
Right, and if you took the milliseconds in half, become less conservative, would you end up doubling the 2188 number?
If you cut it in half, you would double, yes.
Exactly, through a simple mathematical semi-algebraic application of the numbers, correct? You divide.
Correct. We're doing a little simplification in terms of the crash pulse shape, but generally, yes.
Right. So, but let's take the conservative number, the lower number, 2188 that you came up with. Do you know from the literature, as you did with the head, you went to the literature and said, this is how much pounds of force the F you would get to have to cause a break at the occipital bone. Do you know from the literature how much force it would take to break an arm bone?
I have an idea, yes.
What is your idea?
So for a distributed load, such as this, not a concentrated load, you're going to need somewhere between, I've seen, and this is for cadaver tests, a low of like 2,500, maybe a little lower, to a high of 7,000.
Sir, you have switched, haven't you? We're talking about center mass impact. Did you in your calculation just switch to a side swipe impact to do your calculation? I'm asking about a center of mass impact.
He's already done the math, bro.
How much force would you need? Let's start with the hand. Maybe it's a simpler one. Do you know how much force it takes to break, excuse me, any of the hand bones? You know what I'm referring to?
It's a simple question.
Yes. Metacarpals, metacarpals.
Correct.
How much pounds of force do you need to break any one of those bones?
Actually, I didn't find any distributed loading on the amount of force. I don't know.
Well, no, I understand. But I'm asking, do you know from the literature, not a calculation? Doesn't the literature tell you? Can't you go to the literature like you did with the head and you say, okay, to break the occipital bone, the literature says you need a minimum amount of force of this. I'm asking you the same question for the hand. If you don't know, it's okay. But do you know what the literature says for how much force is needed to break a bone in the hand?
So for a distributed load across the hand, there are distributed load tests that show you need over 300 Gs on the arm to do that. So it would depend on the mass of the hand.
What is the range of force that you would need to break a bone in the hand? Do you know from the literature? If you don't, that's okay.
Bro, are you serious right now?
Probably figure it out.
How long would it take you to figure it out? Do you know from the literature what that number is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is 300 to 400 pounds of force sound right from the literature? That
Okay, smart ass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
For a distributed load, such as the taillight, no.
No, not a distributed load. A load from a motor vehicle going backwards.
Right, that's a distributed load.
Right. So you're saying 300 to 400 pounds of force would not be enough to break any bone in the hand. Is that your answer?
So for a flat distributed load, like hitting the taillight, you're going to need higher.
How about another part of the back of the vehicle?
I guess if you hit on the very corner and it wasn't a distributed impact, Like if you had a more concentrated impact,
Yes.
that could increase or decrease the amount of force required.
How much would it decrease it from the number you gave?
Depends on what you're hitting, what it's made out of.
The
contact
Lexus
area.
SUV. Let's assume.
Dude, what are we doing here? The Lexus SUV and a fucking bone.
Let's assume.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about this Lexus SUV,
Mhm.
right? But let me back up. You don't know where exactly, under your theory, that there was contact. You don't know, you testified to on direct. You don't know exactly where that point of contact.
You're lying. Correct.
You don't.
And you're a piece of shit. It's on the taillight.
Well, you're saying it's on the taillight, but you didn't observe any impact yourself personally, right?
Did I see Miss Reed's Lexus?
You didn't see the impact, correct?
That is correct.
So, and there is
You didn't even
no
simulate an impact.
witness that saw, under your view, that a collision occurred. There's no witness to say where the arm was, correct?
There's no person that saw it.
Right. And you have chosen a point of contact, okay? You chose that for your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking, is it possible?
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities. I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
So, but you don't know exactly
This guy.
where the point of impact was.
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that it had, that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are tail light fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the taillight.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
For obvious reasons.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay, so you're making assumptions. You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion, but that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me go to the force and go back to the force analysis. Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on, if we can, just the calculation.
This guy wants to argue.
So let's go back to the minimum
An
amount of
arrogant
force.
motherfucker.
You understand from the literature.
Yeah, and
that
he
it
doesn't
takes
deal
to
in
break
DNA either.
any
He shouldn't be
bone
talking
in the
about
arm
DNA.
From the finger up. Let's start with a hand. What's the minimum amount of force that can be applied to break a bone in the hand?
So it depends on the loading. So I don't actually know. In terms of the forearm, I can tell you there's data that shows up to 300 Gs of loading. You will not get fractures. There's one up to 750 Gs showing no fractures for a male of similar height and weight of Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's take those numbers.
Okay.
Okay. You said 300 and 750. Did I hear it correctly?
You did.
Bro.
Okay. That's the numbers you gave that would break a bone, correct?
So the 300 actually didn't break any bones, I believe. The 750, the one example, didn't break a bone. But as you got above 350, you started to break bones.
So
300.
you got above 350.
300.
Above 300, yeah, because that's what I thought you said the first time. You got above 300, you start to get breaking bones, correct?
Correct.
And so if you take that 300 number and compare it to the 2,188 pounds of force, you have 7 times the amount of force necessary to break the bone, correct?
7 times, bro.
No. If you take 300 Gs times a 12-pound arm, you get 3,600 pounds. The calculation you asked me to run earlier gave you 2,188 pounds.
Right.
So you are 1,412 pounds above the force required.
Right.
The tolerance is 1,412 pounds above the force you would say get in a 20 mile an hour impact in terms of the fracture forces.
Now we're splitting hairs, bro.
sorry?
Now we're arguing
The
semantics.
force that you calculated from my hypothetical of this Lexus SUV going backwards, you came up with the F number of 2,188, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was the, you said, you said
2,180.
dyslexic? Or do you say Lexus? I didn't understand what you said.
The
You're
Lexus
fucking-
My apologies.
This guy's playing
SUV
games.
that you've been
This guy's
talking
playing
about,
games.
Gotcha.
okay?
I didn't hear
You
it.
came up with a number for F for force of 2,188. Are you changing that number?
Nope.
Okay,
absolutely
so
not.
let's go with your number of force from this vehicle of 2,188. I'm just simply asking, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm of a human being? How much force, not acceleration, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm?
Sure. So somewhere between 2,500, the one cadaver tested the distributed load of someone of similar size and weight, and actually close in age to Mr. O'Keefe, showed about 7,000 pounds of force to break it.
Let's go to the hand. Do you disagree that the literature shows it only takes 300 to 400 pounds of force to break a bone in the hand? Do you disagree with that?
Your question's too general. I can't answer your question. It depends
No,
on the
it's
loading.
not,
If I
dude.
take my pencil, which has a very fine point, and jam it through my hand, I can jam it right through my hand because it's a very small point. But if I distribute the load in a broader load, such as hitting a taillight, it takes much more force because the load's distributed across it. It's like if I sit on the corner of my bed. I might sink in this far when I sit on the corner of my bed. But what happens when I spread my load out, when I lay on my bed like this? I don't sink in as far. Has my weight changed? And weight is basically force. No, but I've distributed it over a larger area. So for a given force, you get less sinking into the mattress.
An
So if
elbow
you hit a
isn't
broad
fucking
surface like a
bolt,
taillight
bro.
or a wall like this, it takes much more force than if I were to take a singular small round object and jam it into the hand. That hurts. This does not.
Okay, if you can hear my question, if it's unclear, you tell me. For not a pen, not your bed, but for a Lexus SUV of
Taillight.
6,000 pounds, is there any part of the back of the Lexus in any manner where you can get a break to the hand from 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Any part on the back of the Lexus?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay.
Oh my
So
fucking god, bro.
probably, your words, you can get a break to the hand from just between 300 to 400 pounds of force. That's what you just said, correct?
Probably,
So
right?
You're taking the totality of the back of it. Like
Oh
if you
my
got it
God,
stuck in the
dude.
bumper, potentially, yeah. But from a taillight or a broad flat surface, no.
I'm not asking about a taillight. Any part of the back of an SUV, you agree that it is probable that you can get a break of the hand bones from just 300 to 400 pounds of force.
Your question is incomplete, right? You said
Dude,
any part of the back.
this
but then
guy's
you wanted
pissing
me
me
to
off,
not
man.
include taillights or not include the rear body panel. If you hit a very narrow part of the car, like say the edge of the tailpipe, that creates much more of a narrow contact. So force divided by area is pressure. So if you have a very tiny area, you have very high contact pressures. And so, but if you distribute the load over a larger area, the number on the bottom of that fraction is much bigger. So your contact pressure drops. So hitting the edge of the exhaust pipe is going to have a much higher likelihood of causing a fracture.
He's not asking
than
about a
hitting flat
goddamn
against
exhaust
the
pipe,
tail
dude.
light.
You know what he's asking
Okay, what
you.
we're going to do to make this more efficient, excuse me, sorry. Mr. Will, can you pull up a slide from Mr. Wolf's or Dr. Welcher's presentation for the back of the Lexus, please? The back hatch, and Your Honor, may we publish that?
Sure. Do you know what number though, Mr. Leslie? so we can keep track?
Mr. Wolf does, and
And
I
then
know
he'll
you
tell
need it, so
us.
he'll tell me before I publish, and then we'll give you the number.
Your Honor, may I look here?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Welcher look at his slide
Oh, sure.
here
Yeah.
instead of just up there.
The back hatch, yes.
Like, what are we talking about here? Why are you bringing up the tail light?
Gate.
The question's not general. You know exactly what he's asking. Is 300 pounds of pressure from a Lexus SUV enough to break
There
a
we go.
goddamn bone?
Thank you. Okay,
Simple.
this is your slide presentation. Is there any part of the back of the Lexus SUV that has that more concentrated area where if the hand hit it, 300 to 400 pounds of force could break it? Is there any part, for example, the edge of the license plates, above the license plates, the L symbol that sticks out that would be concentrated? Anything you see there could 300 to 400 pounds of force contacting at any of those points cause a fracture of any of the bones of the hand?
So,
bro,
I don't know how to show this because in the middle photograph, right where the 2 is on the license plate,
yes,
there's a vertical edge. That area is recessed in. So if you hit right on that vertical edge, that could potentially do it.
That could do it. How about the L of for the Lexus symbol if the hand is there?
No, it's not deep enough. The compliance of the hand is just going to sink into the car.
Is there any other part other than the
What?
license plate that
How's the hand going to
force
sink into the
applied,
fucking car?
You would only need 300 to 400 pounds of force to break the hand.
Maybe the exhaust pipe, and potentially if you hand your hand up near the spoiler.
Right. So now let's go from 300 to 400.
My man said
Let's
your
go
hand
to the
would sink into the car
2188, which is your
like
number.
it's Jello.
Use 2188. Is there any place where in 2188 force you could have a fracture of the hand on that back gate?
Just to be clear, 2188 is the number I calculated for you. It's not, quote, my number.
I understand, but we did. I understand, but we did the calculation. Is there anywhere on the back of the vehicle where 2188 could cause a fracture of the hand?
So that was a forearm fracture tolerance I thought we were talking about, because we used the weight of the whole arm for that.
We did. And my question is there anywhere in the back of the vehicle, in your opinion, that could cause a fracture with that
amount of force?
I'm sorry. What?
You know what he's saying.
Just the hand or the whole arm?
I'll take any part of the right arm. You call it the hand,
pick
the
one, dude.
forearm. Is there any part that could cause a fracture?
So probably similarly, if you got your forearm down near that transition, I don't know if you can see the little dot. I'm talking about this area.
Yes, bro. Yes.
Right here.
Yep.
So that transition between
Keep
the
it
two
cool,
body
Bob.
panels.
Keep it cool. He's
that
just
could
trying to
potentially
fuck
do
with
it.
you.
That's back where the reverse lights
Trying
are.
to make
I'd
you
have
lose your
look at
patience.
Whether, that would take it before breaking the plastic. And then, again, maybe if you hit the exhaust pipe as well, it's a much more narrow loading condition.
How about the corner of the tail?
Corner of the tail lamp.
Bro.
I suppose if you had just your hand on the very, very corner, potentially.
But you didn't do any of that force analysis for this case.
There it is.
For the hand, no.
But you did it for the head, correct?
Correct. Because that I'm able to quantify.
Mr. Alessi, that was slide 108. I just want to
I'm
keep
sorry,
track.
Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wolf. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You are aware, Dr. Welcher, that Mr. O'Keefe suffered no fractures of any kind in his hand, correct?
So there were no fractures noted in the autopsy report, but they didn't actually x-ray, from the records I've seen, either his hand or his arm. So there was, at least according to the autopsy report, no overt fractures, but the x-rays I saw, none of them were of the arm, and the autopsy report said no sternum, spine, I think it said torso. They didn't say that there were no fractures there.
Was there any evidence in the medical records that you reviewed of any indication whatsoever of a fracture in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
No.
Was there any indication whatsoever in any of the medical records you reviewed that there was a fracture of any bone in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I saw. Again, it wasn't x-rayed.
Was there any indication in the medical records and the autopsy that you say you reviewed of any fracture of any bone anywhere in the body of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Other than the occipital bone or the skull?
There's a couple bones in the skull that were fractured, but other than the skull.
Come on,
no.
dude.
Correct.
Stop splitting
So-
hairs.
Are you aware that the medical examiner for the state of Massachusetts, Dr. Shorty Bello, performed an autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you're aware of it because you read the autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Are you implying, and it's a question, that Dr. Shorty Bello missed a fracture or didn't look properly for a fracture on Mr. O'Keefe?
On the arm that he had all
I'm
the
simply
injuries to?
indicating that, for example, a hairline fracture, I didn't see any evidence that they actually x-rayed the structure, so there'd be no overt evidence of that.
There were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
This guy is a hired
Correct.
goon, bro.
And you are saying that the medical examiner should have x-rayed that to determine whether there was a hairline fracture? Is that your testimony?
No, you're asking me about evidence and proof of absence of fracture. So I would look for an x-ray to see if that was the case. I haven't seen any evidence of an x-ray of the arms.
So it's your position that on every autopsy, there should be an x-ray of every bone in the body, and that the clinical judgment of the medical examiner should not be accepted, and there should be an x-ray of every bone before a conclusion can be drawn that there's no fracture to a bone in the body of the deceased. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. Like, I'm an engineer. You're asking me about proof. And so proof is somebody looked at it, somebody took an x-ray, somebody palpated it and found a comminuted fracture. So we're talking about proof.
Sir, I didn't use
Ask me about the opinion of a medical
I hate
examiner.
this guy
I'm not
so
a medical-
much.
Only one person at a time. Mr. Leslie, let him finish, and then you can ask the question.
Your Honor, I hadn't finished my question.
Right.
Okay, then finish your question, Dr. Welcher. Wait for the question. Then let Dr. Welcher respond. It's a nightmare for
I
medical
understand,
reporting.
and I think I've been doing that, but I'll redouble my efforts. Dr. Welcher, I didn't use proof in my question. I'm going to repeat the question.
Jackson would have lost it with this guy, I
Is
think.
there any indication in any medical record, autopsy report of the deceased of any fracture of any bone in the body?
That was not your original question, but to answer your question, no. Except for the skull.
Except for the skull.
Correct.
Was that so fucking hard? Was that so fucking hard? Jesus, dude.
Do you understand whether the absence of any fractures other than the skull of Mr. O'Keefe was of significance to the medical examiner, Dr. Shorty Bello, in the conclusion she reached in the autopsy report that you read?
System.
Did you read the conclusions of Dr. Scorty Bello in the autopsy?
I believe so.
Are you aware of whether Dr.
How is that not a simple
Bello
yes or no?
has analyzed whether the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe are inconsistent or consistent with a motor vehicle impact? Are you aware of any analysis to that effect?
So I'm going to see you on this one.
This guy is fucking exhausting, dude. Like, I think, I mean, it was such a good move to put Bob Alessi on this cross-examination, because I'm not sure Jackson would be able to not lose his shit. I don't know if Jackson, I mean, I feel like he could, because he's a damn good fucking lawyer. He's arguably the best. But I there's no way that Jackson's blood isn't boiling right now listening to this. There's no way that if he was up there asking his questions, he wouldn't call him out at some point. I mean, maybe he wouldn't, but I feel like he would be dying to go, you keep avoiding my questions. Like, he's going to take jab after jab. You know what I mean? Like, Bev would be checking Jackson left and right, talking about keep the commentary off, the no commentary, just questions. Stick to questions, Mr. Jackson. But it's simple as fuck. That shit was pulling teeth to answer a simple question. Could a bone break from the impact head on from the SUV? Can a bone break? You're saying there's way more amount of force than the minimum amount that would take to break a bone. And all you have to do is answer yes or no. Can a bone break? And why did he say if you hit the L in the Lexus logo, would a bone break? He says no. It's too broad or something like that. The hand would sink. Your hand would sink in the car, in the vehicle. What does that mean? Because I didn't, like, I don't remember hearing that Karen Reed was driving a fucking Lexus made out of Jell-O. Like, yeah, like he's just avoiding. He's playing games and he's avoiding answers. He knows that his hypothesis was not sound. He knows this. Yeah, he knows that it's not sound. And Alessi knows the answers before he asks them. And this guy knows that Alessi knows the answers, so he tries to find any little way to try to avoid answering them. He's like that dude in Living Color, that Damon Wayans character. First of all, we must internalize the flatulations of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection. That's all he's doing. He's not making no goddamn sense. He's just avoiding answers. He's just avoiding answers. He's not being cooperative at all. Like, why would you avoid questions? Why not just give simple yes or no answers when you're supposedly on the team that's trying to get justice? You're so sure of your shit, but you're avoiding answers. No, it's not a who's on first defense. It's a who's on first prosecution. That's how you know this is a fucking sham. That's how you know she's being framed. Yeah, it's a sidebar. There's no more breaks. This did not need to take all day. This did not need to take all goddamn day, dude. The ramifications of the incisions placed within the fallopian cavities serves to be holistic, taken from the Latin word jalapeno. I used to love that shit, bro. It's fucking asinine, dude. This whole thing is a fucking sham, bro. Like the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. I've never, ever seen anything crazier than this. So yeah, Homie the Clown was funny, dude. That's what fucking Alessi needs, bro. Alessi needs a fucking stuffed sock just to fucking smack him over the head and be like, yes and no. I don't think so. Alessi don't play that. He's got no dog in the fight. Exactly. Great point. Great point. He's got no dog in the fight, but he's dodging every fucking question. Why does somebody who's got no dog in the fight have a problem answering yes or no? No, court's not done yet. Yeah, like I'm trying to tell you guys. Hanging out with those guys, I'm telling you, Alan Jackson is the most pissed off out of everybody there. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you without a shadow of a doubt, Alan Jackson is the one whose blood pressure is the highest out of everybody.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, I would like to talk now about your paint exercise.
Your paint exercise, bro. Let's hear about that.
Present, as you have stated, a force calculation with regard to the arm. You did a paint exercise. And what I want to do is to reference, and if we need to bring it up, sir, to refresh you, slides 103 to 120 of your PowerPoint presentation in this trial. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking about?
No, it's not an exercise, it's a test.
Okay, you want to call it a blue paint test?
Sure.
Okay, let's call it blue paint test. I just want to try to expedite.
I love how he's like standing by it, dude.
So your
It's not
blue
an
paint
exercise.
test
It's a
involved
test.
painting the right rear tail light blue, correct? Positioning the test subject
This is
behind the
fucking
tail
great.
light, correct?
Correct.
With the arm held out, correct?
Correct.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I ran 3 different tests.
I know. Well, let's just do each one at a time, okay?
Okay, so you're starting with the last one.
I'll start with whatever one you want.
Okay.
How about if we start with the one at 1 mile per hour?
None of them are at 1 mile an hour.
2 miles per hour?
2 miles an hour.
Let's do 2 miles per hour. Let's start with that one, okay? Now, did you conduct that test in an attempt to show that the injury patterns on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with being struck by the Lexus tail light on that arm?
So generally, I wanted to show that the location, area, and span over which that headlight covers matches the location and area of the lacerations on his arm.
That's what I want to get to. So you discussed data that you say shows that that you say shows the Lexus SUV was traveling above 20 miles per hour during the period that you allege the SUV made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
No. Where'd you get that from?
Hold on. Okay.
No, you
The
need to
answer is
chill
no.
the fuck
So
out,
let's-
homie. How
Did
you talk
do
to
a
my man
test
Bob?
involving 20 miles per hour?
I did some other backing tests.
Yes.
I was looking at
I'll
how
put you on
the
your
rear
bitchy
pedestrian
little ass.
system and what warnings you got from the rear
From here.
pre-collision system, the PCS system.
Let me ask you this.
Mhm.
Would you agree that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you
Of course.
do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour.
You could have done other tests where the vehicle was going at 20 miles per hour if you used a crash test dummy, correct?
Oops.
You
If
could have
you-
done that.
If you use the right crash test dummy and then to set up the test, because generally you only get 1 or 2 shots at it, because you damage the car, you have to know everything about the parameters. And so again, pedestrian impacts are so very sensitive to initial angles.
And my
If I were to
stepdaughter's
do a test
graduating, and I
and it
promised
was
her a
off
Lexus.
a tiny bit, and we got some different results, I would be in here having to defend it. Well, your own testing didn't show it. Point is we don't have enough information to be able to conduct that testing.
There it is. Reasonable doubt.
As I understand it, is that the Lexus was going 24 miles per hour in reverse and made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. That's your analysis.
No, there is not one single slide I have that says this is the speed he was hit at 24 miles an hour.
Do you know, do you have a hypothesis at what speed you believe there was impact? Do you have the point of impact speed?
I do not know the exact speed. We don't know the initial point of contact. We don't know where exactly he was on the road. We don't have enough information to determine that.
Let's talk about the other information.
Okay.
You don't have the information as to from your alleged point of contact to where Mr. O'Keefe landed. You don't have that information, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, where is my alleged point of contact?
You allege that there was a point of contact between the Lexus, the back of the Lexus, and
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Right, but I don't know where that is on the road.
You don't know that. I want to go through the information that you don't have.
Okay, dope.
So you don't have that. You don't have the point of impact. You don't have where in the road there was impact under your allegation.
Those are the same thing.
Right. You don't
Look at David,
have
bro.
where under your view, the body of Mr. O'Keefe landed precisely. You don't have that information, do you?
What do you mean by precisely? We know it's 7 feet off the road. We know it's near the flagpole. We don't know where it started. The problem isn't where it landed. The problem is where it started.
Right, and you don't have that information.
I don't have where it started.
The paint tests that you use, aren't those used, if they're used at all, as an element of physical impact reconstruction, an element, not as the focal point of the test itself?
So that was the focal point of that test. The focal point of the purpose of that test was to show the contact width and location of how someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height, which happens to be me, contacts and where it would contact where the broken tail light was. So no, that was the focal point of the testing. That's why I did the testing. That's why we're calling it paint transfer testing.
Right, but my question, sir, I understand you use paint tests as the focal point, but aren't paint tests in accurate accident reconstruction not used as focal points? They're used as supplements to other tests to get more accurate information. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You didn't give me enough information. I can't agree nor disagree. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Let's go to, on direct examination,
clown, bro.
You testified that after the 1162-2 trigger event, Miss Reed's vehicle traveled a distance of 87 feet. Do you recall that?
You are mixing up two things. Remember, the trigger is in the middle of the event.
Give me the chart, please. Your Honor, I'll give you the, as soon as Mr. Wolf gives it, the slide 23, I believe it is.
I'm sorry, what slide?
I want Mr. Wolf to go through it.
You cunt!
Let me ask it this way, see if we can get to it quicker. Do you remember talking on direct about a calculation of 87 feet where you added, there was like a 30-something number and a 50 number and you came to 87? Do you remember that in your slide presentation, sir?
Slide 37, yes.
Right. So if we could bring up that slide, please, Your Honor, with your permission.
Okay.
That's 36, but okay.
Motherfucker. Hate this guy.
Are you on 33, sir?
No, I'm on 36.
Mr. Wolf, do you have 33?
No,
if you could go to 33,
you
sir.
are a
Oh,
stupid
sorry.
asshole.
Yeah, because that's where your 87 number is, not on the other.
It's on a bunch of slides.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All righty. So if you could zoom in, Mr. Wolf, so Dr. Welcher can see the numbers in the column.
You're going the wrong way.
Yep. To the farther to the right.
Oh, I'm not the only one that has problems.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut
Okay.
the fuck
Sir,
up.
Sir, do
don't
you
have it.
remember testifying about this to the farther to the right?
Farther to the right.
Yep.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, a
Is
little
that
more.
53 number down there?
We don't make mistakes. We have happy
Can we
accidents.
scroll up a tad so you can see the header? There you go.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
So am I in the right column relative to start? Is that the column?
So there's two columns, like Z is relative to where it started. And then positive is forward. And then as you back up, once you go past 0, it becomes negative.
Right. So what I want to do is have you direct us to the column where you calculated 87 feet.
There you go.
It's
That's
in
just
two
not
spots.
there.
It's at the end of column Y.
Right. We go all the way down. Is that in the yellow there? Is that 87, sir?
It is.
Okay. Is that the 87 number you were
Hold
referring
on a
to?
second. You asked me
Oh
to
my
identify.
God.
So then see where the one next to it says minus 53.
You're
Yeah,
entitled to
429.
shit.
If you go up, so it's not a little bit down, a little bit, and see where
little bit,
it's
little bit.
changing directions at 34.157.
Yes.
You add those two together, that gives you the same result. So it went 34 feet forward and then 50 something feet backwards.
Right. And what is the 87 feet traveled, is that what you're indicating is the distance traveled during the trigger? Is that what the 87 represents to you?
That is so 87 represents the total rearward distance traveled during the trigger.
Okay. So you believe 87 represents the total rearward distance. Did I hear you?
I don't know what happened to the sound. That's not me. That's Fox.
Then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense.
Bro.
Because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
Breathe, Bob. Breathe. I know I need to. Breathe, Bob.
How many feet do you believe the Lexus went during
This
the trigger?
motherfucker, dude.
So
oh
it went
my
a total
God.
of 80, it went 34 feet forward, then it came back 80 or another 53 feet past where it went.
Exactly. So you've testified that the 1162-2 trigger event represents a backwards maneuver, correct?
So again, if I was clear, it initially pulls forward and then backs up.
I would like you to define, so it's clear to the jury.
It's not what he asked you, though. He didn't ask you all that.
Do
He just
you
asked you, does it go
consider
backwards?
The event of 1162-2 just backward movement, or do you consider the trigger to be forward movement and adding to it backward movement? Which one?
So can we pull the slide up?
Sure.
Could you zoom in? There you go. No, go back to the left. So that T in the third column for data ID represents the trigger. If you scroll over a little bit to the right, where the highlighted yellow blocks are, you can see 1 is a forward drive gear, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. So that's where it's switched from forward to reverse. I mentioned the brake. So you have it on the brakes coming in, slowing, stopping, going into reverse, and then backing up.
So you conclude that the vehicle for this trigger went 34 feet forward, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know the vehicle didn't go 150 feet forward? How do you know it just went 4 feet forward? How do you know that?
So the only data we have is this 10-second window. And so we have the velocity when it's going forward. We know how much time it took to do that. So that tells us how far it would travel. Velocity times time is distance.
So are you saying that it is a certainty that it went forward 34 feet and there's no other number of feet it could have gone forward? You're absolutely certain of the 34 number?
No. Again, if you look, see where it says vehicle speed?
I see it.
So at the start of this event, which is the trigger -5, so the trigger is actually where it's triggered, and it takes 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. But when the trigger happens, it's actually stopped. But the 5 seconds before, it's going 13.6 miles an hour forward. So at the start of the data, it's still going 13.6 miles an hour forward, but it's slowing down. You can see you have the brake where it says brake SW, which is short for switch. The brake switch is a 1, which means it's on. So when this event data started, it's going 13 miles an hour.
I'll ask the question a different way. Are you certain that the distance traveled forward during this trigger event was 34 feet?
Yes
Are
or
you
no?
certain?
Yes or no?
I'm pretty certain during this trigger event.
Pretty certain or certain?
Well, I've checked the math. I've had people check my math. So I try to be as accurate as possible. I would say I'm certain, but I'm an engineer. So there's no absolutes. There's no 100% in my job.
So you're certain of the 34 feet. And is it correct that you're certain of 53 feet going backwards? Are you certain of that, sir?
So backwards from its initial starting position.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And therefore you are certain of a total of 87 feet traveled that you have at the bottom in that yellow orange. You're certain of that as well?
87 feet of backing, correct.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct, as I understand it, in slide 23, that different numbers represent different gear states of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a 0 represents neutral?
I think it's either neutral or park, but I'm pretty sure it's neutral.
A 1 represents drive?
Correct.
A 2 represents reverse?
Correct.
Or a 2 can represent slowing down, is that correct?
Not for a gear shift number.
So you didn't say on direct that 2 could represent reverse or slowing down?
God, I hope not. It doesn't. So those numbers simply represent, is the transmission in drive? Is it in neutral? Is it in reverse? It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's slowing down or not. But the brake switch and the brake pressure and the longitudinal accelerometer data gives you some information on that.
Okay. So if Your Honor, we could go to slide 30, please.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk. And I want to do it generally. There's not a need to read any specific number. I just want it clarified.
Mr. Leslie, so is this 30 or 31?
It's I'm sorry, Your Honor, you are correct. It's 31 in the most up-to-date presentation. Thank you. You see all the numbers in blue font on that slide, sir?
I do.
Those are all numbers that you have placed on that slide. Did I have that correct in your direct presentation?
You do.
Okay. So this Excel spreadsheet, there's also numbers in black, correct?
Correct.
So all the ones that are in blue, those are numbers that you have placed into the spreadsheet. Correct?
Correct. The one exception is column N, where it says shift position.
Yes.
I changed green to forward and red to reverse.
So the data in the columns in blue are not from the original data that was downloaded from the vehicle, correct?
Like, for example, if you look at column H, I simply did a unit conversion. So it's the same number, it's just in different units. But the black numbers represent exactly as it comes out of the vehicle, but it's the same number.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. So for clarity for this slide, when you download this data from the vehicle, what is in black, those numbers just come right out, correct? As they're stated. But the blue numbers, they don't come out like the numbers in blue. You have to do something, some calculation, some application to get to the blue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we're going to keep that up, Mr. Wolk, please. Thank you. And when we need to get to the specific numbers, we'll be fair and make sure you can see them. Now, in these columns, do I understand it correctly that you attempted to account for wheel slippage in the revolutions per minute speed values produced by the car?
Not here. You're looking, this is 1162-1.
Trace the signal.
The wheel slippage occurred in 1162-2.
Okay, and so if we go to a slide with 1162.2, we will then go to the slide you believe represents wheel slippage. Is that correct?
There are data points in that represent slippage.
That's my question. In which slide,
Boy,
sir, would you
cunt.
like to pick?
35.
Thank you. So we will go to slide 35.
You're a little cunt.
So
I've highlighted the slippage.
exactly. So you agree that there is data that shows that there is wheel slippage with the Lexus SUV during trigger event. Let's enlarge it for this one here. The trigger event, the number 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you testified that this trigger event was caused by a depression of the accelerator pedal at more than the 30%. Is that correct?
It's a transition into reverse and then a quick acceleration exceeding 30%.
So let's
in reverse.
Okay, got it. So the accelerator pedal being depressed to this degree, more than 30%, can be the result of wheel slippage, correct?
It doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can have wheel slippage at any acceleration, technically, depending on the roadway. It's just what is in
But
the
in a
data
fucking snowstorm.
that shows that it's slipping. It isn't necessarily because of the accelerator. Normally, that's what causes slippage. But it's the data. When you look at the data, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's increasing in speed, but yet the longitudinal acceleration is dropping.
My question, again, doctor, is
yes or no, man?
You can have an accelerator pedal depress greater than 30% and it be caused by wheel slippage. That can occur, correct?
The wheel slippage does not cause the accelerator pedal.
I'm not saying a cause and effect. I'm just saying a correlation. You understand what I mean by a correlation?
Let me, if I may, try and straighten this out. So, applying heavy acceleration can cause the wheels to spin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get at. Alrighty. So in your review of the materials that are related to January 29, 2022, did you become aware of whether there were, and you said you extensively reviewed documents, did you become aware whether there were people at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approximately how many people, without regard to names, just number, how many people did you become aware were at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022, the early morning hours? How many people approximately did you become aware were present?
It depends on which time, but there could be as many as 16.
As many as 16. And let's talk about the time period from midnight to 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of how many people could have been present at 34 Fairview at that time period?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this. Mr. Mayor.
This is totally crazy, man. This guy's really frustrating. Like if I'm a lessee, my blood is boiling, dude. I know Alan Jackson's is. Oh my God. Wait, what? Stewart Upchurch just announced a show at the God knows whatever the fuck you're talking about?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
No one gives a fuck, dude.
Dr. Welcher, am I correct in my understanding that you believe under your theory, the Lexus for event 1162-2 backed up 53 feet? Am I correct?
No, it backed up a total of 87 feet.
Okay, let's take your 87. It backed up a total of 87, okay?
Correct.
And your further theory is that it did so and reached 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you stated you have an understanding of a certain number of people, and I don't want to talk about the inside of the house, but just that were at 34 Fairview between roughly 12 and 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of that, sir? Approximately.
I believe I do.
And what is that number?
Do you want them, people that were there for that entire window of time or just?
Yes, 12 to 1.
Oh.
So Mr. Alessi, just move to the last question.
Right, sure. So, sir, did you assume that there were cars parked out front of 34 Fairview at that 12 to 1 o'clock window? Did you assume any cars parked out front?
The entire time?
No, I'm just talking 12 to, any time between 12 and 1. Did you make any assumptions whether there were cars parked out front on the roadway at 34 Fairview? Did you make any assumptions with regard to that?
At a point in time, there was a vehicle behind it.
I'm sorry?
There was a vehicle behind it.
Just one?
That is my understanding. In terms of on the street, is
On
your
the
question.
street, exactly. And what, do you remember the type of vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
An F-150 pickup.
Did you have any understanding as to whether there was a Jeep vehicle on the road at that 12 to 1 time period?
I had seen testimony somewhere to that effect, but the majority of the testimony was there were no other vehicles.
But you did see testimony that there was also a Jeep type vehicle on the front, out the front of 34 Fairview between 12 and 1. Is that what you're recalling?
So I'm going to let that answer stand, what he's just testified to. Just go ahead and.
Okay, so Dr. Welcher, what I want to do is to have you, using your data, you say 87 feet for the backup, correct?
Correct.
1162, up to 24 miles per hour. Isn't there a likelihood, if there is at least one vehicle out in front of 34 Fairview, that there would be a collision of the Lexus SUV with the vehicle out front?
No, the vehicle had left prior to the end or prior to event 1162-2.
What information do you have with regard to how many vehicles are in front of 34 Fairview at between 12 and 1?
So I have Ms. Reed's interview statements. I have statements of a number of witnesses. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names.
I was just going to say, let's not just number of vehicles.
Okay, so I have a number of witness statements. at multiple statements from the same witnesses at different times, indicating the path and following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle parked out front of 34 Fairview. Is there a likelihood that, given 24 miles per hour over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather, I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet. So again, it goes forward like 35-ish and then back like 60 something. And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, I would need my slides.
It was 50.
50,
Okay. Yeah,
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario.
You know,
if
like
it's going
big and
as you
cheap.
describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side.
Then what are we doing
I'm simply
here?
showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't know where on the roadway it started.
Then what are we
Don't
doing
know
here?
where on the roadway it started. And therefore, all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So, but you're saying the distance is 87 feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles an hour.
So if anybody who's driven a vehicle back, have you ever driven any vehicle back 24 miles an hour at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
Probably not since I got out of high school.
Have you
Did
ever
you do
done
so
it
in adult
in
snowstorm?
when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when I've been up skiing in the snow, I've done it. But again, that's been decades.
Right. So
Come on, Vero.
87 feet, 24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road and for 34 Fairview, it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, meaning like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, there's some spots. If you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's yard. So it depends on where you start.
Right. And so in given the conditions that we've just described, right?
Conditions
the weather,
have nothing to do with
I
where
need
you
to
start.
finish my
Hold
question,
on.
sir.
Only one at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him finish his question, please.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is reasonable to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur, a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location, 87 feet backwards, in the dark, with wet pavement at a minimum,
If not frozen.
and low lighting, you don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not
So
possible.
your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Highly, highly unlikely,
Karen
But
Reed
again,
and
you're
Katy
asking an
Perry. bro.
engineer
I love
about
it.
Possibilities and probabilities.
Let's get back to reality. So in terms of the Lexus itself,
Let's get back to
because
reality, bro.
you, under your
Come back to
method
earth.
of analysis, don't have the starting point, you can't rule out that under your scenario, the vehicle would have gone up on the lawn. You can't rule that out, can you, sir?
I cannot. No, it could have.
Okay. Now let's go to the next topic.
Karen Reed and Katy Perry, dude. I love it. That's my shit.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 168 published in evidence, which is now under the 167.
It was a divine experience.
Now, as I understand your testimony, Dr. Welcher, you believe that it's possible that the Lexus taillight could have caused these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
And more specifically, it's your belief that
Throw
the
the damn
lacerations
towel.
would have been caused by the vehicle scratching Mr. O'Keefe's arm as it drives
No.
past him. Is that correct?
This is gonna be
I'm
fucking
not characterize it that way.
priceless.
What happens is, there's 6,000 pound vehicles coming and he's standing on a, icy, snowy roadway area, and it's going to contact him and move his whole body and induce rotation.
Right. So it's going to contact him and, under your theory, induce rotation. So wouldn't such a movement of the car relative to his right arm result in horizontal injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, as can be seen on his bicep above the elbow?
So could we pull up one of my slides to address this issue?
Sure,
I'd like to answer your question with a slide. that
Can I
have
put on my
that
hat?
addresses this exact point.
I got a
I'd
hat.
like to stay with this slide, Dr. Welcher, and
Can
see
I
if
show
can
you
answer
my wallet?
questions off of this slide. So I'll repeat it.
Sure.
Do you agree that the injuries up at the upper part, where you're familiar with the bicep brachialis?
I am.
And aren't those two up at the top, right over the bicep brachialis?
They're actually about midway between the biceps and the triceps.
Right. So you know which two I'm talking about, the two up there. Can you just use your laser pointer just so we're talking about the same two? Do you have one?
Brought all my shoes and my glasses
The
with
upper
me.
ones.
I know it's not your fault, but
On the
sometimes it
image,
doesn't
the
show.
upper left. I mean,
Yes.
technically, the ones right to the right of that are also on the biceps and triceps.
Right, but
The
I'm talking.
biceps goes all the way to the elbow, so do the triceps.
Right, so I'm talking about the two that are the farthest up.
Correct.
All right, would you agree that those are in a horizontal orientation?
Generally, yes, which is what you'd expect with your arm like this and the tail light coming across like this, which is what I showed in my slides.
My questions are trying to keep this moving. I just asked if those are in a horizontal orientation.
Yeah,
Yes
more
or
or
no?
less. They're angled down slightly, but more or less horizontal.
Okay. Isn't it true that if Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to be
Here we go.
flexed
Here we go.
like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm
Would be going
oriented
a different
in a
way.
vertical direction?
Boom.
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000 pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is
So-
exactly what you'd expect.
So let's talk about the forearm, sir. We
You
may have
are-
miscommunicated.
fucking
I'm talking about the
reaching, bro.
lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm now.
So we're switching from the arm to the forearm.
Correct.
Right.
Would those
Yeah.
be oriented in a vertical direction?
They wouldn't be there at all
Again, you have
because the taillight wouldn't do
vehicle.
that.
If this is me and this is the car, it's pushing and pushing across like this. And with your arm bent like this, it's going to cause laceration as it pushes my arm away. It pushes like that.
Okay,
And it's, my slide shows this quite clearly.
So you disagree. You do not agree that the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's forearm, under your theory, would be oriented in a vertical. You disagree with that. It's just want to get that on the record.
I disagree with
Okay. Now, also, do you understand that under your theory of injury here, that there would be injuries caused in two different directions by the same movement of the car? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say I disagree. You need to give me a little more. You're going to have, again, this is a glancing or a clipping type impact. And so it's going to be it's going to sweep across the arm, which is what causes the horizontal laceration.
We're talking about a flat surface, right, sir?
Approximately, yes.
And therefore, you would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves. Am I correct about that?
Maintain contact with the arm? I'm unclear what you mean.
What I'm trying to do, sir, is to get under your theory, right? Given the contact that you've described, what would you expect to be the orientation of the wounds to the upper part of the arm and to the lower part of the arm?
Just like it's shown in this photograph.
Okay.
Bruh.
Isn't it the case with your theory that the tail light would have to break, and after the break, the arm would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves?
So that is what happens in pedestrian contacts. There is a contact duration. For example, you asked me earlier in that calculation you had me ran, you said 0.01 seconds. That was the contact duration. So when you have things like this, and that's why you have to allow, if you do testing, the body to move, because the car is going to hit the body. It's going to cause it to move. The body's going to rotate away, and the car is going to continue on in that clipping type impact. So the arm is definitely in contact with the rear of the car for some time.
Really?
That's what I wanted to get to.
For some time.
Is simply that under
Really?
your theory, the tail
Well,
light
Lexus,
would
let go of
break,
my arm as you're knocking
and
me
also
7
the
feet into the
arm
fucking yard.
would need to maintain contact with the tail light area as the car moves. Is that your supposition?
So at a point in time, it'll stop contact, but the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to want to continue moving on. It's going to push. It's going to initially contact the arm and then push the arm away as it rotates the body. So yes, it's going to maintain contact until the clipping is over and the vehicle continues on.
So my next question is simply, how long do you believe the arm needs to maintain contact with the taillight after, under your theory, it breaks to produce those types of wounds that you say came from a taillight?
We don't have enough information to determine that.
Right. You don't have enough information to make that determination, do you, sir?
Correct.
And
But we know because of the laws of physics that it has to be some amount of time. It doesn't occur instantaneously.
so now we do apply the laws of physics to the right arm that weren't applied before because you applied a paint experiment. Is that correct? You're now applying the laws of physics to the injury to the right arm. But you didn't do that in your report.
Nope, always applied the laws of physics. The paint experiment, as you're referring to it, was to look at
exercise,
basically the orientation of the scratches that matched this. So that was an engineering experiment to correlate height, position of the taillight relative to height, orientation of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
You just said, sir, if I heard you correctly, you, to answer my previous question, applied the laws of physics. That's what you just said, correct?
Right.
So the laws of physics cover more than Newton's second law. There's a whole law of physics. The whole field of physics is a broad subject. So a simple measurement of height is a physical measurement.
So,
sir, I have your
what the fuck does that
entire
even mean? That has nothing to do with what he's
report
saying.
In my hand, right here.
Right.
Where in the report do you apply the law of physics to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Where?
So in the paint experiment we did, the laws of physics about gravity, orientation, things like that, I didn't apply Newton's second law as we already went through. But again, those simple positions, arm angles, the possible physical arm angles,
This fucking guy,
those are all
dude.
generally governed by the laws of physics. The laws of physics are very broad.
Sir?
Okay.
I'll ask it this way.
Which law of
Where
physics did you
in
apply
your-
to fucking conclude that a taillight did that to his arm?
Do you even mention the laws of physics related to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
So in terms of applying the laws of physics.
I'm not asking
Oh
you
my
just where in the
fucking
report
God,
does it
dude.
mention law of physics relative to the right arm? Can you point me
I
to
don't know
where?
that I would write a report that said these are the laws of physics. I would say these are the numbers. For example, the timing in GPS, how a clock times, the concept of a second. What does that mean? Those are all concepts of physics. So the timing, the GPS, the mileage, how we calculate the mileage, those are all based on the laws of physics.
I'm talking about injuries to the right arm.
That's not what you asked. You asked me about my whole report.
Sir, if you could, please, I just need to finish my question. Where in your report do you use any laws of physics in connection with injuries to the right arm of Mr.
It's a
O'Keefe?
simple
Can you point
question.
me to a word or a page in your report?
Yes.
Where?
2A, 2A Roman numeral 1, 2A Roman numeral 2, 2A Roman numeral 3, 2A Roman numeral number 4, 2A Roman numeral number 5.
Sir, I followed all of it, but what I'm asking about is where in all of what you just mentioned is the word right arm? I'll take what you just said. Where in 2A and all of those is the word right arm?
Oh, shit, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, it's in number 3.
So let's go to 3. You state the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and right arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right tail light of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570. Where?
Can you read the next sentence?
I'm sorry. Is it see PowerPoint slides 102, 120, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to just start with the report. Did you apply any force analysis to support 3?
So in terms of the force analysis, I did not do an F equal MA analysis, but in terms of, say, the contact pattern, I obviously had to apply some force, even at 2 miles an hour, to do that.
So the answer is what you cited, number 3, you did not use a force analysis, correct?
So force was applied to my arm in the paint test. I didn't do an F equals MA force analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now let's go to.
So you didn't do shit to determine that those injuries were caused by a tail light.
Movement we were talking
Got
about with regard to the car. And you can agree or disagree.
Sorry. The picture's on.
I'm sorry, we'll take that down. Do you agree or disagree that given a horizontal movement of the car, vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
So horizontal motion generally will cause a horizontal laceration. You can get what are called stellate, which are blunt force, and it causes a splitting of the skin as well. But generally, when the vehicle is clipping or running horizontal across it, it will generally cause horizontal lacerations. But when you have a fractured taillight, you can get pieces going off in other directions. So it's not necessarily going to be perfectly horizontal.
So my question is, not with clipping, you keep inserting clipping into my question. My question is this. If you're given a horizontal movement of the car, do you agree that it's more likely than not that vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
I'm trying to help you, but you got to give me more. So like, is it a clipping contact or is it not a clipping contact? Is it a direct in the center of the car impact?
Okay. Are there only two variables you need to answer the question?
But this is a good start.
All right. So let me do it this way. You can't answer the question on a general basis of whether there's horizontal movement of a car, whether vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern. You can't answer that question without more information. Is that your answer?
So generally, again, horizontal motion should cause horizontal lacerations. But again, it depends on what's being hit.
Okay.
So for example, if I have something that bends as a result of the impact, it could bend up and create a vertical laceration.
So you would agree, based upon what you said, that generally horizontal movement of a car would be expected to cause horizontal lacerations.
Generally.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, during your blue paint test, the blue paint was featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm. Is that correct?
I think it depends on the tests.
Do you want, we bring up a slide? Will that
I'd
help
love
you?
to bring up a slide.
We're going to be running the
stand this
thing,
guy,
so we'll
dude.
just bring one up and you tell me whether this slide works for you, sir.
Do you want me to tell you the slide I want?
If we could take a shot at it first, and then we may ask you for it. But I think we've got a slide for you. And what number? 111 is on the screen, sir. Is the blue paint more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm? Is there more blue paint on your upper arm than your forearm?
Probably. This is the one where I actually walked sideways into the back of the car. The one where the car is moving is probably a little better representation.
Sir, I'm just asking you a question about this slide. If you could just focus on this slide here, and if you can't answer it, so be it.
I just answered it.
Is the blue paint featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm?
It sort of looks like it. I didn't actually measure the total area of it.
All right. So on direct, you stated that in order for the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm to have been caused by an impact with the taillight, his arm would have needed to be held outstretched as you did in your demonstration, correct?
You would need some degree of outstretch, yes.
Yes. So isn't that an example of confirmation bias?
No, that's matching the contact pattern to the injuries.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? You had to make that selection from among others.
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever
Test
asked you
any other
anything about a
possibilities?
tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
I have not. I've never
Yes, you
asked.
have. You asked me about the totality of the rear of the Lexus.
No, you brought up
which
the
includes
taillight. That was you.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question that I'm asking, which is, did you consider, as part of the scientific method, in terms of more than one hypothesis, did you consider in your analysis any other orientation of Mr. O'Keefe other than the one you selected for your paint test?
Yes.
And where is that consideration of other hypotheses stated in any report?
Did you consider it could have been a dog bite?
The damage that was up on the sheet metal.
Okay. So are you saying that you considered other orientations of Mr. O'Keefe relative to the vehicle as part of your analysis?
In terms of where exactly the hand would be, some slight different angles in the forearm, which is from the elbow to the hand. I did consider that, but all the physical testing is done with the hand hitting the approximate center of the taillight.
Do you have any notes that you took for these alternative orientations?
No, I think I just included photographs of that damage.
Do you have any proof at all that you considered those other orientations? Anything in writing?
Right.
No, I don't believe so.
But you could have, anything, literally. John went to space and fucking got his arm cut up on the way out of the atmosphere. You didn't fucking consider that?
In the beginning of this, I started about, hey, it's all over. Could be anywhere on the back of it. Then whittled it down based upon the evidence, started eliminating various hypotheses based upon the evidence, and came to this conclusion, eliminating hypotheses based upon the taillight fragments near his body, the lacerations, his height, the height of the taillight in a Lexus. So it was an iterative process.
Did you mention any of these supposed hypotheses in your direct testimony?
No, because I was able to reject them. I didn't come in here to tell these people what didn't happen. I came in here to tell them what I believe happened.
Would you agree, sir, that the scientific method
It's process of elimination.
has the scientists identify various hypotheses,
Right.
go with the data that supports it, but you show your math as to why you're rejecting hypotheses. As you said, you rejected them. I'm asking for proof that you considered other hypotheses. Do you have anything in writing, any notes at all, any videos, any tests that you did, documentation of other hypotheses other than picking this one? Do you have any documentation of that?
So I did a bunch of tests with the Lexus. I did backing tests. I looked at how the rear system worked to see if it would autonomously brake. I confirmed it did not. So I eliminated that as a hypothesis. I tested the steering. I tested the transmission, what 1, 2 represented. So I did a whole bunch of tests on the vehicle.
I understand you say you did a bunch of tests on the vehicle. My question is, did you ever take the vehicle and position yourself or anybody else in various locations to determine whether or not your hypotheses could be properly rejected? Do you have any documentation that you did that?
Right.
And I did do 1 static and 2 dynamic tests in very similar positions, though. So I did a total of 3 tests relative to the arm.
Where is the documentation for that, sir?
It's in the file. I gave it to you. Some of the slides are some of it.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I think if we're going to,
I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
All right,
So-
now
okay,
see,
Mr.
Alessi's on
Alessi,
fire right
we're
now.
gonna
He doesn't
do
want to
that
quit.
Can I ask, I just have one other area.
Alessi's
Your Honor,
on
I can do
fire
it
right
in
now.
short order if I could,
Okay.
please.
I wasn't finished with my.
Go ahead, finish your answer. I'm
So
sorry.
slides 109, 110, 111, actually through, I guess, 121 deal with the testing of the hypothesis.
We'll come back to this at another time, Dr. Welcher. So what I want to do is to finish up on this point. So is it your testimony that no part of what you did in selecting this area, no part of it is confirmation bias? You say there's no confirmation bias at all in what you did. Is that your testimony?
That's certainly my goal. I try and eliminate all confirmational bias. I didn't start out at this particular location. This is where the physical evidence led me to. So I would say the conclusions
Provided
are
to you
supported
by a
the
bunch of
science.
corrupt cops.
My question is, did you engage in any confirmation, and this will be my last question, did
The
you
answer is no.
engage in any confirmation bias in terms of how you approach the issue that you have testified about in written reports?
The answer is still no.
It's a good
All right,
written.
so, okay, thank you. All right, so jurors, we're going to send you home because we still have work to do here and we don't need you waiting there while we do it inside. So tomorrow is a half day.
Half
We'll
day?
see when exactly that half day
Half
ends,
day?
but we won't be here until, we won't go until 4 tomorrow. Those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone, don't do anything.
So how did you like that?
Loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime. Ooh, yeah.
Or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. 4th admonition, please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Stop fucking giggling, bro. Fuck you.
Stay here.
I can't stand that fool, dude. Oh. All right, so they still have some work to do here, supposedly. So I'm curious as to see what this is going to be all about.
You may be seated.
All right.
Listen to the
Okay, Mr.
glare.
Lessie, it's your voir dire.
If I have a moment, Your Honor, to switch.
Oh, this is a voir dire. Yeah, this is a voir dire of another set of questions. Oh, there's my girl.
Yes.
There's my girl. There's my Tara. Hey, Tara.
Yeah, can you do that while you're
How are
sitting there
you?
answering questions? Yes.
I can fix her. Relax, Sarah. There's plenty of hoity-goity to go around. Oh my god, I'm getting tired, man. I need to log off this motherfucker already before I get too crazy.
Okay. And we're on a very limited schedule here. Okay.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wilk, with Your Honor's permission, if we could pull up the
Thank you,
January
Krista. Appreciate it.
30th, 2025 PowerPoint of Dr. Welcher in slide 36. You see that, Dr. Welcher? Do you recall that from your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint?
I thought I had replaced the video on the left-hand side by the time I produced it.
Sir, I got to
don't
go through
recall
this
that.
quickly. That image is a drone image on the left, correct?
Oh, correct.
And you had that in your original report, but you removed it in subsequent reports, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get that drone image from?
It was in the file.
Wasn't it in the CARS report of Trooper Paul?
I believe it was.
So you took that drone image from the CARS report of Trooper Paul, correct?
Correct.
Let's, if we could, Mr. Woke, go to diagram 1. Do we have that electronically of Trooper Paul's report?
I mean, yeah, so this dude is trying to say no confirmation bias, but unless he's about to prove that
Do you recognize
everything
that
he's doing is based on
diagram
Trooper
1
Paul's
from
bullshit.
Trooper Paul's report?
Yes.
So, and that's the diagram that you took that image and you put it in your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint, correct?
Pulling up my version of PowerPoint. Yes, it's correct.
Okay, if we could take that down, I'm going to go to the next example. We could go to Dr. Welcher.
I'm sorry, actually, can we go back to that?
Yes. With Your Honor, why did we?
It's a different
I have
fucking
limited-
shoe,
go
ass
ahead.
Welcher.
That particular diagram, I did not use. If you notice, the diagram I used has different cars and doesn't have all the writing about the position of things on it.
I am going to now, Your Honor, have to take the time to go to Trooper Paul's report. We have the hard copy of Trooper Paul's.
Could you turn the lights on, please?
Listen to the game.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going
Show
to.
Mr. Brennan.
Yes, Mr. Brennan, this is. May I approach you, witness? Excuse me, Dr. Welcher. You see this first page, you recognize this as the cover page for the Trooper Paul report that I was referring to.
Something show the signature.
You want to look at the report, sir? I'm not so sure there is a signature on the report.
Signature block right here.
Yeah.
Trooper Paul, page 16.
I have that.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, what I want to do is to go to diagram 1. And if I could, Your Honor, republish what was just up. I'm showing you diagram 1, sir, and I'm asking you, is that the image from Trooper Paul's report that you then used to put into your January 30th slide presentation?
No. See all the writing on here, the glass cup, all the dimensions here. Here's my January 30th one. None of that stuff's here. There's different. None of this stuff is here.
Isn't it the case that this is cropped more and there's a larger picture of the same image or not?
See this tree?
Yes.
See these trees?
Yes.
See all these measurements by the trees? All
Yes.
these? That's right here.
Okay.
Those do not show up on my image.
Let me go to a different method then to do this. You have an image. Can we go, Mr. Wolf, to the January 30th presentation?
Slide 36.
Correct. Where did you get that image from that's in your PowerPoint presentation on the left?
I think it was from the file, a satellite image from the file.
What part of the file, sir?
I actually don't know at this time.
Bro.
How close is the image on diagram 1, the drone image, to the image that you can't now recall where you got it from for your slide presentation? Are they similar?
So that one has a whole bunch of measurements and ID on it, but the underlying image is very similar. It's probably the same one.
Right. Yes. You're welcome. Do you know of any other place you could have, let's put the presentation back up on the slide presentation. Do you know of any other location other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have got that drone image from?
No, I'm not sure I got it from the report. I recall getting it from the file.
My question is, do you know of any other source other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have gotten that drone image from?
So this image is.
Where'd you get the drone image from, bro? Could you have gotten it anywhere else but Trooper Paul's report?
That image is not in that report.
Did you get the drone image from any file from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you, Hannah.
Did Trooper Paul work on any drone images to your knowledge with respect to 34 Fairview?
I don't know.
But you would agree that the drone images are from the Massachusetts State Police file, correct?
Give me 1 second.
Come on, bro. It's not that, dude.
Sir, let me know you've had a fair opportunity to answer that question.
Yeah, give me a second.
Fucking cocky shitbag. Yeah, give me a second.
Yes, it came in a file called cars-trp.jopal.
Okay. So it came from, and that's the report of Trooper Paul, correct?
No, these are drone images that are not in the report.
No, I'm saying what you just read. Can you repeat it again, what you just read, where it came from?
I read you a folder
Yes.
that contains a bunch of things, including the report.
Understood.
That image is not in his report.
Can you read the file name again that you just read?
The folder name
Yes.
is cars-trp.jopal.
Okay. And did you get the drone image from that file folder?
I did.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There you
Now
go.
let's go on to your,
How hard
the
was that?
May 26, 2025 PowerPoint that you created. And I'd like to go to slides 25, 26, and 27. Have you discussed with anybody today at all the source of what is depicted up on this slide?
No.
Okay, so let's now go to where did you get the, you see the larger chart to the left there in the, looks like a mostly a rectangle. Do you see that, sir?
What slide are you on?
Oh my fucking God, man.
25, I
25,
believe.
okay.
Okay, and then if we could click to 26, because it looks like it's the same. If we can go to 26 and 27, looks like it's the same one. You tell me.
Similar.
Similar, okay.
Yeah.
In 27,
Correct.
see the same or similar one there. Okay.
These are all from Google Maps.
Well, my question is, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me ask you this so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Do you have access, sir, to the cars report of Trooper Paul on your computer?
Think so? You remember the name of it?
I don't, we'll do it there with the hard copy. Mr. Brenner, I'd like to show them. Thank you. So if I could, approach her.
Yep.
So you see what I'm pointing to right here, which is page 10 of Trooper Paul's card report. Do you see that?
I do. Is this the same report? It's dated 1/29/2022?
I believe so, sir. Let me just take a peek. This is, you can just compare. This is the one I have in my hand. Take it and look for any identification that gives you, right? We got the same one.
Yeah, mine's filled.
Okay.
So that's good paper.
Okay. So
Bro, everyone watching this trial
and I got
hates
a
this
reference
fucking
to
guy,
Page 10 of that report, and I'm looking at the chart. on
except
page
for your like crusty panties and
That chart
plevins.
on page
They think he's
10,
great.
The same or substantially.
Why? Because
the
they're
same
shit bags too.
Chart that is up on your slide presentation right now.
So it's not the same. I did not use this data at all, but we both use Google Maps.
Okay. Alrighty. Now let's go to your, continuing on the same slide. If Mr. Woke, we could go to slides 22 and 23.
Okay, and this will be the last on this, Mr. Lessie. If you want to get to the autopsy photo, we're wrapping this all up at 4:10.
Okay, Your Honor.
See, Bev loves her short times, bro. Like
You
she's
see
like,
the
I didn't
photos?
start this shit late
I'm sorry.
for
You see
just
the
to fucking
photos
go
that
an
are up on
hour
that?
later.
Okay.
I started this shit late, so I would fucking shave an
You,
hour off of my day.
In terms of those photos, do you recognize any aspect of those photos?
Yes.
What do you recognize in terms of the person in it?
Oh. You want me to limit it to just these 3 photos?
Any photo that would be this photo or any photo similar to it. But let's start with just these 3.
If I have to limit it to these 3, I don't know who that is.
Okay, and if you don't limit it to those 3, who would you conclude it is in those photos?
It appeared to be Trooper Paul from other photos.
Okay, so you can tell from other photos that this is Trooper Paul in these photos, correct?
I have photos of Trooper Paul in the car. I don't
Right.
know that someone else switched out. I have no reason to believe this isn't anybody but Trooper Paul.
Okay. Would you have any understanding?
I mean,
that
that's a
there's
fair
any other
answer. You
trooper that
can't
would
see
be
his
doing
face.
This type of analysis other than Trooper Paul?
Someone else took the photographs?
No, I'm talking inside the vehicle.
I'm sorry?
Inside the vehicle doing what's depicted here.
Someone is inside the vehicle taking the photograph.
What's your best conclusion as to who that is?
Trooper Paul.
Thank you. Your Honor, that is,
Okay, so next topic.
yes,
Go right
thank you.
ahead.
And I just need to reload, if you will, with regard to that topic. If you could, if Your Honor, you can go to slide, and I think I can do this fairly quickly.
Okay.
If you can go, Mr. Woke, to slide 131 of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation. And it's now 132. I don't believe that's the right one. It's the,
One before that.
yep, I think you're, yeah, okay. So this is slide 131 from your slide presentation, correct, sir?
Correct.
And if you look to the far right, I'm sorry, Mr. Woke, you go to the other one. Yes, that one, and scroll down so we can see what's in green. For that depiction, that is from Dr. Scorty Bellows' autopsy report, page 3, correct? Is that where you got that from?
It's from the report. Take your word for it on page 3.
So, but it is from Dr. Scorty Bellows' autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could go to, if we could zoom back out and go to the multicolored image in the center, up at the top. Yep, 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 no, I got it. Yep, thank you. If you can go to the very top line, it says autopsy report performed by Irene Scorty Bello, MD, PhD. If you could scroll back over, Mr. Date of autopsy, January 31, 2022, and then you see final diagnoses. That is all directly from the autopsy report, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And that is in your slide presentation, correct, sir? This is page 131 of your slide presentation, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, you are all set, Doctor?
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Oh, did you have any questions, Mr. Brennan?
If it'd be helpful to the court, I have a couple quickly.
Okay.
Can I keep under 2 minutes? Dr. Welcher, you were shown a photograph of the street of Fairview Road. Did you know that didn't come from Trooper Paul? It
I
came
guess
from the CERT report,
410.
and
Fuck
Trooper
410,
Paul
right?
then took it from the CERT report and put it in separately in his presentation.
Anything
Did you know
for
that?
Hank.
I had no idea. I just was given it as a folder.
And the photo you were using, it didn't have the markings that Trooper Paul put on his report, did it?
It did not.
When Trooper Paul, when you used that photo, was it because you were borrowing, relying on, or using any of Trooper Paul's reports for your conclusions or any of your decisions or analysis in this case?
I did not use his report at all.
It was simply limited to the use of the photo to show a different demonstrative issue.
Correct.
And then when you saw diagram 1, again, that was different than what was used in Trooper Paul's report because it had absent in it all the writing. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or conclusions in this case for your conclusions and your analysis?
Not at all.
Is that why you went and downloaded the information and looked at the car and did everything individually, separately, and uniquely from Trooper Paul?
I wanted it to be independent in my analysis.
Regarding Dr. Scotabello, did you ever consider her conclusions regarding manner or cause of death as a basis for your analysis and conclusions?
Yes.
And when you considered her analysis, did you consider the conclusion of undetermined cause of death? Was that part of your analysis?
Oh, no. I was using like the skull fractures, the description of the injuries.
So you were considering the information in her autopsy report?
Correct.
How about her conclusions? Did you rely on her conclusions to do your studies or any analysis in this case as far as cause of death or manner of death?
Only I thought I said blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
Okay. Regarding her conclusions about whether this was caused by a car accident or not, did you consider that as the basis of your opinion?
No, I wouldn't take a person like that's opinion for that.
Did you ever have a conversation with Dr. Scotabello about her expertise limitations?
No, I would want a biomechanical analysis.
Was your opinion regarding the collision in this case, did it have anything to do whatsoever with Dr. Scotabello's conclusions regarding cause of death, whether it was accident, undetermined, or homicide?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, one question. Can we just wrap it up? I'd like to hear you argue, but we don't have time, so I'm just gonna
I have
decision.
two questions, Your Honor. You put in your slide presentation
Quit smiling, bitch. Shit ain't funny.
information from the autopsy report of Dr. Scotabello for a reason, correct, sir? And that reason is because you considered the autopsy report as part of your analysis, correct?
So I considered portions, which are the portions I included here for the autopsy report.
And part of those considerations were the final diagnoses. We can put that back up, Mr. Woke. But you recall the slide that you had has the final diagnoses of Dr. Scotabello, and you put that in your slide presentation because you considered that as part of your analysis, else it wouldn't be in there, correct?
Right.
So the final diagnosis is in there.
Dude.
There's a line.
It's simple.
That it says cause of death.
Why the fuck else
and
would
then
you put it
manner
in
of
there?
death. The things I highlighted are the things I thought were important. So the highlighting on slide 130. So the final diagnosis, again, does not include cause of death. It does not include manner of death. There's that horizontal line demarcating those. The important things that I was looking at are the under or highlighted, which is why I highlighted them.
Exactly. So the ones that you highlighted, you considered are from the autopsy report. That's why you're highlighting them, right, sir? You considered that.
Correct.
Thank you. No questions, Your Honor.
Easy fucking.
So I'm not going to let you argue now. I'll hear you very briefly tomorrow before we stop. But Mr. Lessie, how much longer are you going to be tomorrow?
If I could have a motion, Your Honor.
Yes.
Like, how hard was it to answer that fucking question, bro? You highlighted the goddamn fucking parts because.
I'm about halfway through, Your Honor.
Oh my god, dude.
I think it will take up, look for it tomorrow. If we can get some things quicker, I would like to do that, but given today, that's my best estimate.
Alan's fucking done.
So
Alan's like, I'm out, bro.
We're half a day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
Doesn't matter, dude.
So it may be that we have a
ask
20-minute break tomorrow, and we finish up by 1:30 by going straight through. We've got a juror who has
no lunch,
an appointment that we told her she'd be able to make. So I'd like to do everything we can so that Dr. Welcher doesn't have to come back or stay here another day. So let's just see what we can do, and we will do the same thing for your experts as well.
No, I understand, Your Honor, and I respect everything that Your Honor is saying. I must say, Your Honor, to state the obvious, this is the key aspect of the case, and we've got to be able to proceed through with the question. He covered a lot on his direct, and he properly.
And I'm not asking you to curb it. I'm just hoping that we can do it. So I will ask you tomorrow at a certain time to see whether we're able to do it with the 20-minute break and finish.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Okay.
That would be my answer if that's the point.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I step down?
I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, that seems in theory like Bev is just fucking rushing Alessi, but the thing is, man, when you've got a juror that you told can make an appointment, then okay. So it's just like she's trying to manage the time, which I get, but we didn't have to start an hour late today. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's going to be it for me, y'all. I'm actually kind of glad that tomorrow's a half day because I got shit to do that I really don't want to do, but yeah, tomorrow's going to be rough. Because I don't like to complain, but my knee feels like Hank Brennan's asshole about 45 minutes after he's past Hell's Gates. So, yeah. About 45 minutes after Satan gets a hold of him. So, yeah. But anyways, guys, you guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out with me. That shit was exhausting. I will try to do a follow-up tomorrow. I just don't want to step on any other creators' toes who have day jobs and they have to stream, really good, strong Karen Reed supporters who have day jobs and they have to stream, recaps. But if I can find a slot sometime tomorrow evening when it's not too late, I will go live again and we can talk more about this this cross-examination, this guy's testimony. this was Bettero posted that he was easily the most frustrating expert. Let me see what his actual words were. And Bettero is going to be on Defense Diaries tonight, I think. So I'm excited about that. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to catch because I'm really tired. But yeah, Bob and Allie with Bettero is just fucking great. And them discussing this tonight, I'm really, really excited about it. Let me see where. And I'm looking forward to when Nurse Kim goes live and talks about this. I'm already laughing thinking about Nurse Kim's stream because she's going to tear this dude apart. Like, I just know it. So I find that funny. I'm looking forward to that. Here we go. Yeah, Bettero posted, Dr. Welcher is without question the most insufferable expert witness I have ever seen. The most insufferable expert. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's tonight. Let me go back to that. Let me see. I just want to make sure because I don't want to tell you guys when it's a different night. Today is. Oh no, it's going to be tomorrow night. Okay, let me backtrack that. It'll be tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Bettero will be on Defense Diaries. But yeah, I will. I have every intention of being live first thing tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. You guys are absolutely awesome, hanging in there with me for all this time. I'm really grateful to you guys. Please make sure to hit the like on your way out. It really helps me out. And please make sure to subscribe. If you're not already, make sure to set your notification bell so you know when I do go live. And thank you guys for all of the support. I'm really, really grateful to you guys for that. Let me see something real quick. So because I always forget to do this, but I got a couple of Venmos today. Jacob sent $20, says, did you talk to Alessi about the shoe? Just kidding. No, I did not. Tammy Marquise, I love watching court with you. You're the best. Thank you so much. $5 from her. And I know I got a PayPal. And that one was, let's see here. Krista, thank you, Will, for everything you do. And just for being you, free Karen Reed, free Turtle Boy. Order lunch on me. I did. Thank you so much. Sending you and your fur babies a lot of love. Thank you for lunch, Krista. Appreciate that. And yeah, man, I think that's it. All right. Awesome. You guys are amazing. Oh, wait, before I log off, hold on a second. Still don't have a time. He posted again. Still don't have a time on Publicly Buzzed for Friday, but it's only Wednesday. So, well, it's only Tuesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. So, I think. I don't know. But yeah, Friday, Publicly Buzzed. We're going to watch Chainsaw Hookers or some shit like that. I don't even remember the title, but it sounds awesome, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it's be fun. But anyways, guys, you guys mean the world to me. Thanks a lot for hanging out with me. I'm really grateful. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.